Let's get your boys off of the screen here real quick.
My guys.
Boom. Hey now. What's good, everybody? Welcome to the Friday show, man. Appreciate you guys for being with us. Gotta liven up this screen somehow.
Hey, man. All those people thought I was just capping, talking about Philly fans, boy. I was on WIP last night. Well, not on there, but I was listening.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. There's no chance Brock Purdy comes into the link and does that. It can't happen. It's impossible. Brock Purdy, good little quarterback. He's cool, but come on. It's not coming into the link. There's no chance. I've never felt more confident about a big Eagles game than how I feel right now. There's no shot.
Kenny and Philly.
I was just sitting there like, okay. I was like that Cam Newton gif, the towel over my head. No. Okay. Yeah. I was like, all right. Okay. Got something for them boys.
It's gonna be a long day, guys. What's good, baby? Welcome into the Friday edition, the championship edition. D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. I said I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
I'm ready, baby. Come on.
It's going to be
Let's go, boy. Let's go.
This close to calling in sick.
Come on, let's go.
No one would have believed me if I said I was sick.
Come on, man. I've been getting charged up too. People talking crazy. Y'all thought I was playing. I was like, maybe. Look, I was listening to y'all. First of all, yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
First of all, I thought I was tripping. Right? I was like, man, people talking about, I'm making something out of nothing. I thought maybe I'm tripping. Maybe it's me. You know what I'm saying? Let me go back and do my research again. Let me get my ear back to the street again. And maybe I just heard things wrong. No, I didn't hear nothing wrong. They talking that talk out there in Philly.
Like Rihanna and Jay-Z.
Absolutely. Drapes, get your boys. Get your boys. They talking crazy out there. No. I'm ready, though. I'm ready.
It's a radio show.
They know what it is on the radio, too.
No, so to all those people.
When I come with they know what it is.
No, the last time you said, what was the noise Brock Purdy made? Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm ready, man. Come on, man. NFC Championship game, 12 p.m. on Sunday. Niners, Eagles at the link. Let's go, man. Come on, let's go. You tripping off that?
Welcome to the longest Friday of my life. We thank you so much for being here with us. Indeed, a championship edition of D-Lo and KC as the NFC Championship is again this weekend. Familiar territory for the San Francisco 49ers as they were there last year. Of course, it didn't go the 49ers' way, facing the Los Angeles Rams for the third time. But you got the Philadelphia Eagles, and I know I'm not going to change my tune from last week's game, saying that I think that the winner of the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers is going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. I still believe that statement to be true. I got the 49ers moving on. Man, this Philadelphia Eagles team, I have been diving into the weeds. I haven't been listening to Philadelphia radio. I've been reading the different, postings from friends all over the league. And we joked about the Gorilla Monsoon line with the irresistible force meeting the immovable object. That's what this game is, man. There's the San Francisco 49ers got a great defense. The Philadelphia Eagles got a great offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
The San Francisco 49ers got great wide receivers. The Philadelphia Eagles got an incredible secondary. San Francisco 49ers got Fred Bosa and Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, and the Philadelphia Eagles got a dangerous run game. Like there's a yin and a yang, a tit and a tat, and a punch and a counter punch everywhere across the board in this game. And I absolutely believe we're in for a classic this weekend. I actually think we're in for a classic in both games, but we are in for a classic with this Philadelphia Eagles, San Francisco 49ers game. It might not be everybody's bag, because I think it's going to be a lot like what we saw last week with the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers. I don't think there's going to be a ton of points. I think there might be more than one touchdown. Well, I guess it was a total of 2 in the game. It might be a little bit more than that, but I don't think much. And I'm really looking forward to this.
Let me ask you a question. I'm seriously asking a question. This is not trying to be a jerk about it. Are you, like, people talk about how deep and how good the Eagles are, and you know they've got all this depth and all this other stuff. Is Jalen Hurts, whether he's there or not, is that like how do I put it? Like, if they're so deep, which I think they are, I'm just asking a question. Why did they fall apart when one guy was gone? They couldn't score or really stop a sorry Saints team, and they couldn't stop a Cowboys team.
I think there's multiple I think there's a couple of reasons. One, it was relatively late in the season. Not relatively, it was late in the season, and the Philadelphia Eagles' place was secure. I do think
it wasn't.
But it was.
They needed first. They needed.
No, I got you.
To
get first.
Yeah.
I think they were comfortable. Like I think there was a mental let up.
Okay.
That's.
Okay.
But Jalen is such a uniquely talented individual. I think he's the one, in my opinion, and this can be debated forever if you want, but in my opinion, the person who has brought this all together for the San Francisco 49ers is Christian McCaffrey. Brock Purdy's done a hell of a job. I mean, he is a poised young man back there when he's playing the quarterback position. And I know people would say the San Francisco 49ers offense has improved since Brock Purdy took over. And they're right, but it coincides nicely with Christian McCaffrey being there for a handful of games when all of that happened. He's the one who ties it all together. He's the one who puts defenses on their heels. Like, we can't zero in on something. I think that's what Jalen does for Philadelphia. He takes away the ability to zero in on something. Like, you put Gardner Minshew back there, we're going to trash Gardner Minshew. We're not worried about Gardner Minshew running. We're not worried about anything. We could play this straight up and have no concerns. Jalen, there you have go back to what Crockett was talking about early in the week. You've got those RPO concerns. You've got a different level of concern because he's such a threatening quarterback in the air and on the ground. And Jalen, is the Christian McCaffrey of the Philadelphia Eagles for me. He's the guy who ties all of that talent, that great wide receiving group that they had, Miles Sanders, all of that. He ties that all together.
Okay. It was really just a question.
No, I
think they're a really talented team.
I think that's something the Cowboys are missing. They don't have a guy to tie everything together, right? Like, Tony Pollard's very good. And we saw what happened. Tony Pollard's really, really good, and he's the closest they have. And we saw what happened when he went out of the game. I don't think that changed the outcome. Maybe it influenced the flow of the game. I don't think it changed the outcome, as I had the 49ers in that one anyways. But each championship team needs a player to tie all of these different things together. And that's what Jalen is. That's what Christian McCaffrey is.
I'll give you two things, and I know we were even planning to talk about this to start, but I'll give you two things on each side, right? I don't think the 49ers have faced a quarterback like in a running attack like Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles all season long. They haven't faced that read option all season long. The closest thing was Mariota. And Mariota did a really good job. He had pitched a perfect game, and they ran the ball really well against the 49ers. No Nick Bosa in that game. I think that was the first game after Emmanuel Mosley. Travarius Ward got hurt, but that's neither here nor there. They did a really good job. Everybody talks about how great that's for the Eagles. The Eagles, Niners haven't faced the offense like the Eagles.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about how great this Eagles defense is. Look at the schedule. They have faced some of the worst offenses in football all year long. And I'm not saying they're padding their stats or anything like that, but they face some of the worst offenses in the game all year long. When they went up against a team that had some weapons, you talk about, I mean, I don't even know if I'd put the Packers in there, but they played the Packers, gave up 33 to them. They played the Cowboys, they lost and gave up 40. Other games that they played were Jacksonville, Arizona, Pittsburgh, the Texans, the Colts, the Titans, the Giants, the Bears. These teams have no offense. So the Eagles, I don't know if I can say they haven't faced an offense like this per se, because I think the Cowboys have offensive firepower. So they have, but when they have, points were scored on them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, none of this matters on Sunday, but when you just look at both of these two teams are kind of facing things they haven't seen all season long. So when we talk about they're so dominant here and they're so dominant there, on both sides, they haven't had this quality of matchup just yet.
Yeah, I agree. There's also I depending on the metric that you use, the best defense that these two teams faced, it's the same one. It's the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas Cowboys was the best defense both of these two teams faced.
Statistically, you say depending on the metric.
Depending on the
I think the
metric.
Saints are just as good. And they both play both of them, and they both struggled.
The metric I was looking at had the Saints at I think 5th, had the Kansas City Chiefs at like 6th.
Cowboys were 1 or 2.
No, they were 3.
Okay.
Eagles in this metric were 2. 49ers were 1. But then there was like a Pro Football Focus, which you're right. Pro Football Focus doesn't always pass the eye test. That left me a little confused. That had that might be next year, given some of the reports that are out there from me and Rappaport and the Pat McAfee show.
Yeah.
Hey, D'Amico, if you're listening, don't do it.
Be careful, bro.
Don't.
I wouldn't do it. Like, but if you do, be careful.
Look, you don't do it, man. Just not that one. I don't want to lose D'Amico Ryan for the San Francisco 49ers, but he's going to be an NFL coach. Don't take that job. Please don't take that Houston Texans job.
Reconsider.
But your point is valid, but I think the most important thing, and you acknowledge this, is none of that matters. Like like the New York Giants aren't a bad football team, right? Like they're a fun story. They're an overachieving story. And shame for us for not realizing when we were talking about Nick Sirianni yesterday, he's not even a finalist for Coach of the Year.
That's crazy when Jesse told us that.
Like that's
wow.
And it's Kyle
Peterson,
DeBall and Peterson.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're doing a smidge bit too much with the New York Giants, but they're not a bad football team.
Yeah.
I don't think they're indicative of what happened to them last week against the Philadelphia Eagles. But what does change, and it's the same thing that's changing for the Philadelphia Eagles and the same things that's changing for the San Francisco 49ers, the stakes are different. And that's what happened in the New York Giants. Oh, no, Giants are fun. Okay, now the stakes are different. You're going to see who was a better football team. The fact that the Philadelphia Eagles had a weak strength of schedule, the fact that the San Francisco 49ers had a weak strength of schedule, does not matter. These two, you can't look at the offensive line, the respective offensive lines or defensive lines or secondaries or wide receiving cores and go, yeah, they're a product of their schedule. There's all pros and there's all pros and Pro Bowlers littered all over these two rosters.
Absolutely.
Man, this is going to be a unique day here on the show.
I got so many other questions to ask you too.
Well, let's talk about it. Like let's talk about it. We got time. Domantas Sabonis missed out on being an all-star in favor of Zion Williamson. We'll talk about that. Bobby Gerould is going to join us here on the show.
Oh, snap.
What?
Oh, so do I have to leave?
I don't believe so. I believe it is all love. Our man Bobby Gerould is going to be with us. Jesse, I'm not what's my brother's last name?
Max Resetar will also be joining us.
Thank you. The writer of the Slam magazine article, the cover story. And if you didn't get a chance to read it, oh, I love it so much.
Yeah.
I can't wait to talk to him. Trysta Krick, Kyle Madson, James Ham. That's all coming up here. We're just getting started. Stilo and KC on Sacramento.
Easy. I'm coming after you.
Careful. Careful. Steelo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Resetar.
Like Pat Benatar.
Nope. Resetar. I'm not going to mess that man's name up. Max Resetar. Sherry's eyes get big for a minute. Oh, Booker. Thank you. Matching sweats.
Yeah, some good stuff, man.
I'm
Show them the whole thing, man.
I'm cozy fam today.
You gotta show them the whole thing, man.
It looks the same. I mean, it's the same.
You gotta see it all together. You see it all together, everybody. Come on, man.
Can't back up far enough. See what it is. It's my Mac Daddy vibe I'm giving you.
What was that from again?
Boomerang. That's right. Jet Magazine. What's up? Blow your whole eyeball out. That was very seductive what you did.
Almost make me want to go see that again. What is that on right
so
now?
So good. It's a good call. Give me a heartbeat and I can tell you. I'll go to my trusty Apple TV app. Type in Boomerang. And Boomerang with Hallie and Robin Givens. It is nowhere.
Oh, that's just stop.
Well, wait. It says whoa. I stand corrected. It's on Cinemax.
Oh, okay.
I don't have Cinemax.
I don't have Cinemax either. Shout out to Kiana Martin.
I just need to buy this
Buffalo
movie.
Wild Wings paid partnership. Big ups to her.
Yep. Punk ass Kyle.
Have you ever you remember the song Come Inside by Intro?
Oh yeah.
So
that's not appropriate.
So look, that came on today, right?
Mm-hmm.
That came on the radio. And I knew every word.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I was a young boy singing that song.
Mm-hmm.
The song came out in 1993.
Mm-hmm.
What was I doing in 93, 94 singing that song and knowing all the words? Cheryl L. Grove, what were you doing?
Did you ever hear the complete version with all
it goes in. It goes in.
Boomerang's on HBO Max too, by the way.
Oh, there we go.
Say word?
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow, I stand corrected. HBO Max. So how come it didn't? Oh, I know why it didn't show up. Apple TV and HBO got beef. So when their streaming service isn't included when you search them. It's by Intro. It's called Come Inside.
Yeah.
And
it's a banger though.
It's exactly what it sounds like.
It's a banger. I don't know why I knew that at 10 years old. Bad job by me.
I missed you, baby. Yeah.
Oh, coming on.
Do me. What? But that's how you. What? My man said, do me. Bruh. What is that?
That was a smash though, bro.
Oh, most definitely.
Did you hear Raheem Devon remade Anytime, Anyplace?
Mm-mm.
He did.
I don't think I want to. Really?
He did a good job. It works. It works.
I don't know.
He put it to a male way of doing it. He did a good job. Maybe I'm just a Raheem Devon fan.
Yeah, no, he's cool.
He did a good. I thought he did.
That's tough.
It is tough.
That's tough.
I thought he did a good job.
That's tough.
And then that's like when they did. You remember the song Secret Garden?
Mm-hmm.
And they had. Did you hear the remake? About a year ago. And they had, who was it? Raheem Devon was on there. Sean Stockman was on there. Cisco was on there. Cisco did his thing. Cisco's a star though. Like when you see that Cisco's on there, like, oh, how is he gonna come on the track? And he does what he does, man.
It's more like, who invited him? This came out recently.
Yeah, the Secret Garden remake. or
Yeah.
Raheem Devine. Yeah, Secret Garden was
Both
about
of
a
them.
year ago. Oh. Don't mind us.
Kenny blew my mind.
Don't mind us. We're just talking about remakes and
Here
Raheem
in the
Devine.
garden.
Oh, bro. They killed it, bro. They actually, now that I think about it, they bodied it.
Reputation feels so right.
Ooh, what you know about
Hey,
that? Y'all went
somebody
outside.
tell Aaron. Go tell Aaron I want to program the FM 102
You need me to
HD
gritty
station.
in front of his office?
Go
I'll
gritty-
gritty in front of Aaron's
Go
office.
gritty in front of Aaron's office right now.
Right now?
Please. And tell him
We are doing a radio show because I'll do it.
I'm tell him I'm gonna gritty here until you let D-Lo program that radio station.
Gritty here.
They got that. Everybody go get your HD2 radios now, because the second they put me in charge of that, y'all have them special. I want control of that. Aaron, I want control of that station by Valentine's Day. That way. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That way, just all you got to do, pop on that 102 HD
too.
station.
I'll be listening.
And I'll
be tapped in.
I got you. I want to be the voice person for that too.
I'll be tapped in, big dog.
Listening to the Quiet Storm. Somebody, Aaron. Yeah, I want that. How do they not hear me?
I don't know. And then like the one
Squints
time,
out there just straight up ignoring me.
the one time they do hear, Catalina was like, I thought I heard something. Catalina's like 7 feet away from us. She's like, I don't know. I thought I heard something. And so I kind of looked back, but I wasn't sure. Who knows? Can't hear anything.
Nothing.
They're literally like, it's
wave.
less than a free throw away from us.
Yeah.
It's like 8 feet.
I'm gonna wave Kimberly down and say, hey, put me in charge.
Do it. Do it.
Do you want to do more?
We got time to talk about the Niners.
Okay.
We got time.
Okay.
We got plenty of time.
All right.
I want the Kings. I want to get into the Kings because I was upset yesterday at about 4:30.
About the Kings. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Yep. Rightfully so.
Mhm.
We were walking out the building. We put the TNT stream on.
And after
They spent
it was
45
about
minutes.
4:30. I was about to say it's about 4:30, and they finally stopped talking about LeBron.
Hey, I get it. Like no shade. Like I got it. It was just like, at what more can you say about this man? 19 All-Star selections, which I think quietly we haven't. Ties a record. I believe it's with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I think they said, but like that's noteworthy. But I mean, he's the leading vote getter. I think Giannis is the other, captain. There's some good stuff here, but the combination of fans, media, and players. Probably something to talk about with the players there too. Shout out to Chibezi Metu, who got some votes. They decided Zion Williamson should start.
Wow.
Zion Williamson, who had an incredible 29 games.
Right.
And he has been, by the way, Zion's back tonight, right?
No.
That's right. He's not.
Zion's back for the All-Star game? Probably
not likely. And see, that's what I don't like, right? It feels like a ceremonial selection to make sure that he gets an All-Star night.
Mhm.
He had a, like, what is this? Like, what is the All-Star game? And there's money at stake. There's status at stake. There are shoe deals at stake. There are shoe bonuses at stake. There's Gatorade bonuses and body armor bonuses, and there's bonuses all over the place for these guys who make their All-Star games.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt like this was like, all right, Zion is, we saw, he's the future. We saw what he looked like.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's give it to him, knowing he's probably not stealing someone's spot.
Right.
Because he's almost certainly not going to play.
Right.
And it's like, okay, I think I read Mark Spears. I don't, let me not say it was Mark Spears. It was someone in that ESPN article where they were like, yeah, I hope CJ McCollum gets to start in place of him.
Well, settle down. Really settle down.
Like what? And the funny thing was, Tim Bontemps said he voted for Domantas Sabonis to be an All-Star starter.
Good job, Tim.
Yeah, like that video that circulated that was new. That was like a month ago.
Right.
And I guess Domantas Sabonis has had a hell of a month, because that sure changed Tim Bontemps' mind.
And like we always say,
Gave the Kings a C- for that trade.
And he said it should be a D. That's what he said.
Should be a D.
Somehow, I forgot what it was that saved it from being a D. But like, hey man, do what you do. I'm not really tripping about this whole stuff. But just like with JJ Redick, you're gonna vote Domantas Sabonis in as an all-star starter. And just ignore what you said.
Is there anything you'd like to add to this?
Just ignore what you said. Like what you said, just it never happened, right? Nothing. No, hey, man, I was harsh at first, but I gotta eat a little crow here. This guy, he's balling. No, just move on. Like nothing ever happened.
No.
Like the internet don't exist.
Just pretend like I didn't trash the organization, the player, and everyone involved.
Can I play devil's advocate though for the Zion thing?
Sure.
And I think you understand it. I think you get this. It is a situation where everybody wins, right? We talked yesterday about people's money is attached to this. So if Zion was, and we talked about it, he was going to be an all-star by his play. Like he was being phenomenal. It's not his fault that he got hurt. He still gets the accolade of an all-star selection. If there's money tied to that, with endorsements, he gets that. And let's say it's De'Aaron Fox. He'll get selected as an all-star. And if there's money tied to him being an all-star, he'll get that. As opposed to, De'Aaron I'm just using De'Aaron as an example, but De'Aaron making it straight and leaving Zion off. Now one person isn't getting money or vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them are getting the accolade. They're getting that attached to their resume. They're getting the money. I mean, I'm looking at it, rolling my eyes a little bit. But if I am playing devil's advocate, if they think about these things at all, everybody does kind of win in this situation.
Well, if you believe it's all on the up and up, and I'm like, it's a fan showcase, right? Fans want Zion's not going to play, but you voted for him. Like, all right. Media was rewarding his play in that limited amount of time. Players, I don't know. Players were all over the place with some of their votes.
You see Delly got a couple votes?
I did.
Come on, man.
I did. It feels like Anthony Davis, Larry Markkinen, and Domantas Sabonis are the next three in.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's nerve-wracking because I feel like they're going to go with AD and Markkinen first. And then it's like, all right, is Domas getting in? And I don't really know what happens after that.
Which would be crazy.
I really don't know what happens.
That would be crazy, man. I mean, not only.
Well, think how many times Dame Lillard's missed All-Star games, right? And it's hard to imagine the season that Domantas Sabonis has had and him missing it. But then it's also like there's the prototype for De'Aaron Fox. Mike Bibby never made an All-Star game. You know what I mean? Like there's a prototype. Mike Conley made his first All-Star game last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
and I understand what you're saying, but I don't think those two ever did this.
I don't think they did either. I think Dame has, but now Dame gets now Dame, I think, gets the treatment like and not that he's not deserving. Dame's gonna make this All-Star team too.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I'm confident he's gonna. Yeah. Okay, we're running out of spots.
What's the reserve stuff? It's is it? So they got 5.
Bobby. It's the roster's
like
12.
3 guards, 3 forwards, and 2 wild cards. Or is that too many people?
That feels like too many. 5. 6, you need 7 more, right?
11. 5, 8 with 3 guards, 3 bigs.
Because there's 2 wild card positions.
That's 11.
And I think it's 3. I think it's 3 front court, 2 guards, 2 wild cards. I said 2 wild cards, 2 at any position. That's why I think it's AD, Markkinen, and Sabonis. Jesse?
It's 2 guards, 3 front court, 2 wild card.
Okay.
3 guards.
So there's
my bad.
no
3 guards.
2, 3 front court,
3 front court. Okay.
2 and
Okay.
two any positions. So the 3 front court we named
Mhm.
Dame. I think Dame's in. I think Dame's Ja. And that leaves 2.
And Devin Booker shouldn't be on there.
Shouldn't be. He shouldn't be.
And to be honest
But
with you,
he's played the same amount of games.
SGA is going to be a wild card.
Okay, so now we're down to 1.
And it's between Fox and Booker.
It's between.
I think that's what it comes. There's no other.
So do they
forwards.
do the bit where they put Devin Booker on the All-Star game or on the All-Star team to see if he can play? Because now this is coaches. This is 29. This is 29 games for how many has De'Aaron played? Because I know Devin. We
He's
looked
missed,
yesterday.
3 games, I think.
Just 3?
I'm not certain. You can look it up, but I think it's
look.
3 or 4 games. But here's the when we're doing this number thing.
44.
44.
Played 44 games.
It's 3 games. Yeah. So when we're doing this though, we're talking about Fox and Booker, and are they going to do the whole thing with Booker? We're assuming a little bit. We are counting Zion's spot too right now, so there may be 2 available spots.
But
as far
that's
as
right.
like for Fox,
Yeah, because you'll get the take his spot, and then the coach will name the starter, which should be Domas.
should be Domas. Like even with Booker, say Booker gets on, and we're assuming, like I said, Zion's he's being reevaluated like a week and a half from now. Like if I was the Pelicans, hell no, you're not playing in the All-Star game. Like settle down.
But see that you don't have to do that. You only have to play 2 minutes, 1 minute.
Yeah, there's that. You're right.
We've seen it before.
Yeah, you're right. Fox is the next guy. Like worst case scenario,
Booker over Fox.
That'd be egregious.
Let's do this because I don't know off the top of my head. Y'all tell me who's got a better record.
It's the Kings.
Oh,
you ain't even got to look.
25 and 25. That ain't gonna move you.
No, not at all. Not at all. He's got to be on, man. They got to have 2 All-Stars. They really do.
My thing, like, it can't be Booker. You can't put Devin Booker in this. It has to be De'Aaron.
I think we looked at it yesterday. How many games did Booker play?
29.
29 games.
Or 29 or 26. We were talking about 2 different players yesterday.
Yeah.
Zion
was
not 29.
30. It's not 30. He hasn't played 30 games.
He hasn't. I think he played 29.
And by the time these selections are made, I guess it's another week from now. It's going to be like 50 games.
Yeah, it's the 2nd. So that's Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be like 50 games played by these players. And he's missed 20 to 25 of them. Come on, man.
I don't even have. Do we have an update on Devin Booker?
No, he's just floating in the abyss.
Tyrese didn't make it as a starter either. They went with Donovan.
I think that's the right call too. Tyrese is playing phenomenal. It's no shade to Tyrese.
No, absolutely.
The season that Donovan's having and the season the Cavs are having, come on, you got to be an all-star starter.
Okay. Wow, he really is in the abyss. Let's try this. Devin Booker injury. Here we go. Devin Booker.
Mike Tyson would say he faded into Bolivian.
Article 2 days ago. Devin Booker out at least another week. So that was Wednesday. He won't play a game before
the selection,
before it's announced. I don't know when the coaches are actually voting, but he won't play another game before it's announced.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he's not even playing. Like, how can you vote for him and he's not even playing by the time you make the vote?
Reserves get announced February 2nd too, by the way.
Yeah, that's Thursday, right? Yeah, it's Thursday.
Yeah, TNT. They'll do it on TNT. So yeah, I mean, I just thought I wished Sabonis would have gotten that first crack, being in there as a starter due to everything that was going on. But you know, I can understand the whole Zion argument, whether I agree with it or not. I understand it. I do this with the Hall of Fame too, because the Baseball Hall of Fame came out a couple of days ago, and we didn't mention it because nobody cares about the Baseball Hall of Fame. But I also remember, I think it was the last Basketball Hall of Fame. I was like, I'm not gonna say things about these.
Not going to
people,
do it anymore.
right? Like,
yep,
regardless of how it's not important. That's an achievement that those guys worked hard to get. I'm gonna leave it alone. I almost feel that way about these guys on the All-Star team. I'm not gonna talk bad.
Well,
about
no,
AD.
none of these guys aren't deserving.
Right.
That's not what we're talking about. It's, did you meet a fair criteria?
It's a great point. That's
like, can I take De'Aaron's best 29 games and put them against the 29 games? Can I just remove his 20 worst games and be like, well, if we're going 29 versus 29, let's match them up that way. Yep. Maybe that'll make it a little bit more fair.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just still having this news story in front of me. 15-6. That's what they were. That's what the Phoenix Suns were at the beginning of December. The beginning of December. Book got hurt at the end of December. And so there were the beginning stages of a skid with Devin Booker in uniform.
Right.
And obviously, understandably, it's amplified with him out, and it amplified even more with, you didn't have Cam Johnson for a good chunk of that. Jay Crowder hasn't played a single game with the Phoenix Suns. Chris Paul, old. You got to deal with things with Chris Paul there, and then you know, Ayton just kind of being a coin flip. Yeah. So
and then we got our guy Michael in the chat. He says sneaky mention for last off, just like McCollum. They're trying to do that.
Yep.
Not over Fox.
I see it, but I see it though. Like, it's out there.
That would be with all due respect to McCollum, who's playing really well, that'd be a crime in itself.
I agree.
Real quick, remember in the 2021 season, Mike Conley, he got one of those last reserve spots or whatever he was a fill-in over Fox. So, I mean, there is precedence where Fox probably should have got it, but they picked someone else too. That was the year Fox averaged 25 that season.
And with all due respect to Mike, that was kind of a lifetime achievement award. And Mike Conley's a hell of a ball player.
What year did you say? That was the COVID year, right?
That was the 2021 season.
2020,
2021.
Went to Atlanta.
The COVID years, if there's one.
Well, the COVID All-Star game.
I got you. The COVID All-Star game.
Because they didn't have one the initial COVID year. They had a real All-Star game. And then that was the COVID All-Star game.
And here's Jilly. And they said it was because of the win-loss record. Okay, cool. Hey, good call, y'all. Keep that same energy.
That's all we ask. That's all we ask.
I wonder how much too. I promise this isn't a knock on anyone else. I wonder how much too the fact that it's we're down to coaches' decisions now. The coaches around the league that have respect for Mike Brown and Jay Triano and Jordy and the group that's here. I wonder how much of that plays into this type of selection. Oh, Mike's doing a hell of a De'Aaron, like there's something like let's reward De'Aaron Fox. That was a tough team. That was a tough team we had to play.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that plays into it as well.
He
does seem like it's super respected. It's not seem like he is a super respected coach in this league. When you talk about Mike Brown, the staff that he's assembled, super respected. So, you know, people look at the job that they're doing as coaches with a guy like De'Aaron Fox and saying, hey, Mike Brown, a guy that we really like, he's gotten this guy to all-star level and got that team winning. His team should be rewarded. So
don't have a down weekend, De'Aaron.
No,
don't give them a reason.
Give them a reason. They'll be looking. They'll be looking.
Don't go for 50 against. Right. That's I feel like that's really what De'Aaron needs. He needs one of those games. I can't wait to talk to Matt Resetar about that Slam Magazine article. There's a line in there about the Orlando game that I can't wait to talk to him about. It's so good.
I think that's the same because I watched the video. They did like a 8-minute video in the Golden One Center with these guys talking and stuff like that. And I think it was the same moment we're talking about.
The Slam Magazine did it. Okay, I didn't see the video. Yeah, I just read the article. And again, it's a. I know we were all caught up with the cover and all of that stuff, but it's a really great article, man. We can't wait to
Hey,
talk to him. That's coming up. Let me give the time. 1:17. Bobby Gerald's going to join us.
Can I shout out Bobby G? I still don't know if I have to leave or not.
I don't think you do. It's all love. Like we are family.
That's my man. That's Vince, my man. That's been my, I don't know what happened. That was my man.
Y'all don't know this. Like Bobby's the funk master. Like Bobby gets on them turntables. Like I'm talking about programming that 102 station. Bobby could program.
Hey, well, look, Bobby. One time I tweeted out something about Airway Market. Bobby was like, "Shout out Airway." I was like, "Oh, Bobby, okay."
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's right in the heart of Freeport, right there. And I'm not talking Land Park.
Bobby
okay, knows. When I say Freeport, all right.
Bobby knows what time it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we talk about another thing with, we talk about people trying to find a way and all this other stuff. And talking on the flip side, a plus for De'Aaron Fox. Maybe I'm not saying it happened, but maybe in the recruiting pitch, Rich Paul and them was like, "Look, man, you do what you do. We make sure you get covers of magazines. If it's close, you get all-star nods.
It's a good call.
Come on, we got you."
Mm-hmm.
That could be in his benefit now.
And it's up to there's a variety of people that this is up to, right? We don't see it all because we saw the purple laser beam. We saw that because that part's for us, right? That's parts for us to and I think Domas. I'm sorry, they didn't finish 10th in fan voting. Both of them wound up finishing a little bit higher than where they were.
You guys did a
before.
good job. Kings fans.
Kings fans really got out there and repped for him. But those commercials with Katie and Mark and Colin, those were for us.
Mm-hmm.
There's another the Kevin Huerter video, the very real Kevin Huerter video.
You're on board now?
I'm not.
I'm on board. That was real.
Okay. The very real Kevin Huerter video. That's to drum up interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get this man in the 3-point shooting contest.
Yeah.
There's stuff that happens behind the scenes from the Sacramento Kings. There's stuff Mike Brown will do. He'll call hey man, De'Aaron's been busting his ass this year. Like De'Aaron deserves an all-star nod. Like unless you got a more compelling case, man, like those types of things happen. I'm trying not to use the word, but I can't think of a better. There are marketing campaigns. They just don't go to the public.
Mm-hmm.
They go behind the scenes. Yeah. And the Kings do it, and the agents do it.
Yes.
So you're spot on with the value of Rich Paul and Clutch Sports right there.
So that may be a benefit to De'Aaron. I think he gets in, man. I really do. Whether it's straight on or injury substitution, whatever the case may be, I think he gets in. I think he's going to Utah, and he deserves it. I'm so happy for him and proud of him because he absolutely dedicated himself, I think, like he never had before this offseason. And to see him get the results, just, seeing another person, bust their butt and get the results they were working for. I'm always happy to see that. So I'm happy for De'Aaron.
I am happy for this moment that's about to happen. I just wasn't sure if it was going to happen. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. And Bobby Gerould will be with us for the first time ever on this program. We'll talk Kings basketball. We could talk music. Bobby's probably got like a big board already for the draft. He got the Kings draft in
Bobby watched more
20s.
college basketball than I do.
That's facts.
And I watch a lot of college basketball. You watch more. Shout out to Sac State. Handled business last night against Montana. Big up.
The men did.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I wasn't going to go.
Yeah. Well, we got to acknowledge the good and bad with our women's team.
It's my girls, man. That's my girls.
I wasn't expecting that one.
I wasn't either.
I wasn't expecting that one.
I wasn't either. But the point being, Bobby probably watching Big West basketball. You know what I'm saying? He probably watching SoCon basketball. So he got a big board.
Our man Bobby Gerould joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Bobby,
what's up, man?
What's good, everybody?
What's going on, man?
I'm good. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Who's the autograph? Is that J-Lo?
Guapale.
Guapale.
Closer to my dreams. That's what I'm talking
Lord
about.
Have mercy.
Yeah.
That's my
Look at that setup behind Bobby. Look at them records down there, man. That's the life.
Got a little bit of vinyl.
I like that.
I've been
Do you
collecting for a
do you
minute.
still get vinyl, Bobby? Like you know,
Yeah.
it's coming back out and everything.
Yeah, I
So
do.
like new albums are out in vinyl and stuff.
Mostly I don't buy too much of that like record store day stuff, you know, the new stuff. I'm mostly just like crate digger, you know, dig for old stuff. I have it used to really be a thing. Like I would go all the time to record stores and, you know, try to get my collection up. And now I pretty much, you know how it is in the digital age. There's not much left under the sun that you know that
I
I'm
bet
still searching for.
Bobby used to go to Rasputin out in the Bay, huh?
All the time. Rasputin, Amoeba, all those spots. Yep.
I discovered Rasputin when I was at school out there, and I was like, "This." I don't have a lot of vinyl or anything, but just the sheer volume of music that they had was crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah, I've been collecting for a minute for sure.
That's good stuff, man. That's great stuff.
Oh man,
How are you, Bobby? You doing good, man?
Man, I'm cool. I'm kind of transitioning a little bit out of some of my auto racing stuff. So yeah, just seeing where the road takes me next, you know. So we'll see.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I'm gonna save the Twitter for the radio. The people want to hear what happened on Twitter. I don't even know, but we'll save it for Twitter, man. You a football guy too, Bobby? You a Niners guy?
I watch it. I'm casual football. I would say I'm you know, I watch football, but I don't know it, you know, not like basketball. So
Bobby's part of the 114 million that watch the Super Bowl.
What's that?
I said Bobby's part of the 114 million that watch the Super Bowl.
No, I've been watching. I mean, I watch every week. I'm in fantasy leagues and stuff like that. But you know what I mean? I'm not like it's just not like basketball is to me. But football was actually like my first love when I was a little kid. You know, that was it. And then the Kings came in '85, and that kind of changed things. So
I
played it. You played at McClatchy, right?
Yeah.
Do you know Brandon Salias?
Yeah. Did he play baseball?
Yeah, he's a baseball guy, baseball and football guy from McClatchy. That's my cousin.
Right? Tall, right?
Yeah, big dude. That's my cousin.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He was one of them dudes when I was there. Sure.
Yeah.
That's what's up, man. Yeah. So I don't know if I've ever even got the whole Gerould story. So you were in Sacramento before the Kings game.
Yeah. Born and raised, and then when the Kings came in '80, I went to Kennedy, and
that's why he blocked me. I know now. I figured it out.
That's why I know Airway Market. Bonanza. I went to Brannon.
Okay. Yeah. That's what's up, man. The K House.
Just a quick question. If it's 12:30 Central Time, what time is it here?
10:30.
It's 2 hours, right? Central.
12:30 to 1 Central. Okay, that's hurting my brain. We got Lindsay, but the time frame, I'm like, I don't think that works. Got to hit Shannon
today.
No.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
Damien, you're out here now, right? Like Roseville, Rockland.
Yep. Yeah. West Roseville.
Okay.
Yeah,
I heard you talking about Nugget Market one day. I was like, oh, he must be out here.
Yeah. Yeah. Hang on, Bobby. We're coming back on the radio.
All right.
Man, first Chris Haynes, now this. Boy, what a life we live over here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 on the Odyssey app. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. Register. Easy. You could connect through Facebook. You could use your email address. Search ESPN 1320. Hit the heart button. Save us as your favorite radio station. That way you get alerted when we go live at 12 o'clock, or perhaps when we go live following games over the weekends, perhaps in the morning, whenever there's breaking news.
Check that poll question on YouTube.
You very much want to do that too. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Bobby Gerould is here with us.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't even know how to
Let's
introduce
go.
Bobby Gerould because Bobby Gerould is just a fixture here in Sacramento. He's obviously the son of the great Gary Gerould. He knows Sacramento Kings basketball history is as good as anyone on the planet. And he is a draft guru. He is a vinyl specialist. And Bobby, we're happy you're here for the first time, man. I hate that it took 2+ years, man, but I'm happy you're here.
I'm glad to be here with you guys. How's everybody doing today?
We're good, man. Bobby Gerould, this is my guy, man. We've done the Macho Man Hulk Hogan handshake. I don't even know why we had to do it, Bobby. Bobby, why was I blocked? What'd I do?
Man, I would just leave it at this, just to say that I am a sensitive cat, and it was probably just me just being way too sensitive. So.
Well, you know I got love for you, Bobby. You know that
That's
always.
Bobby. That's fine. I still have Kenny blocked. It's like I'm not. See, you're a bigger man than me. You've unblocked him, and we're having this moment. I haven't unblocked him yet.
I keep asking, he won't unblock me.
No,
Yeah.
and the more you ask, the more I'm just like, no.
Bobby Gerould, man, South Sac's finest, man. I'm sure we crossed paths at some point, man. I didn't know you went to the K House. I mean, nobody's perfect, but I didn't know you went to the
Yeah, Kennedy McClatchy rivalry is real in South Sacramento for sure. But I have a lot of friends from McClatchy, and wouldn't have traded growing up in South Sacramento for anything. Definitely, you get the best of all the different cultures, and ended up marrying a Japanese American woman, and you just learn so much about everybody else. It's a melting pot there in South Sacramento. At least it was, when I went to school at Kennedy. I'm sure it was the same thing for you, Kenny, over there at McClatchy.
Yeah, no, I love the thing that I always tell people that I love about McClatchy is you would have kids that lived in Lamb Park, in these now $1 million homes. You would have kids that lived in Oak Park, and both of them would come. They'd literally come over the train tracks.
Yep.
Come to McClatchy, and these people in Lamb Park would come to the out of their backyard into McClatchy. When we got in the hallways, nothing mattered.
It was all love, right?
Together. We all just were friends together, and that was the beautiful thing about that particular area in that school. Is like you get people from all different places, but when we were at school, man, we classmates, we friends, we have a good time, man. And I thought that was a great atmosphere.
Was the $1 million house you lived in then more expensive than the one you live in now?
I never lived in $1 million house, and I don't now.
Bobby, let's talk Kings basketball. Bobby, I always joke. Few people have seen worse basketball than your dad.
Right.
I mean, because I can walk away. The G-Man cannot.
G-Man.
He's got to sit there for and G-Man does not miss games. He'll come in there with like half of a voice, and he'll do a basketball game. So he's been through it all. You've been by his side for virtually all of it. How do you feel right now with the team playing the way that they are, Bobby?
It's great. I like this team, and that's something I haven't always been able to say. I've always been a Kings fan because I've been so close to it. I worked for the team for a couple years, did some interning stuff, while I was around the team in the early days, and it's just refreshing to see coaches that have attention to detail, that hold the players accountable. To me, that stuff goes a long way. Originally, I have to say, I was dead wrong about Mike Brown when they first started bringing him up. I was one of those people that was like, oh, not another Warriors retread. You know what I mean? I guess that held me back from really appreciating what he's done and what he's brought. But he changed my mind very quickly. And it's fun. It's fun to go to the arena again. You feel like you have a chance every night. And it literally, I'm way too much of a fan. It affects my mood. Like, you know what I mean? Like, actually, part of the Twitter thing with Kenny was, it was one of the nights I was frustrated with Luke Walton, and I went off and Kenny replied something back. I guess he disagreed.
Luke Walton got me.
Hey, see, that's what you get. Hey, that's why. all this Captain Save-A-Loop. Bobby had enough
Damn
of it.
Luke Walton.
I think that's what did him in for me too.
Literally, I think my mom blocked me because of Luke Walton as well.
I think I can confirm that. Yeah, I can confirm that.
So so I'm happy, man. I mean, it's I enjoy it. Domas is great. Fox has stepped up. The way it worked out, with the trade, I wouldn't have done that trade, but the way that the trade has worked out, obviously I'm not mad about it at all. And I think Domas is going to be an all-star, and I think Fox is it's going to be close. I think it's going to be right down to the wire. One of the guys you guys were talking about earlier that you didn't mention was SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's going to be.
He's a lot.
I think he's going to be a lock. So now we're really talking about Booker, Dame, Ja.
Well, I think it's Dame. What did we decide? Dame, Ja, SGA, and then the one spot is open.
That people would think would go to Booker,
right?
But I mean, it's open. We'll see what happens.
And I kind of wonder if CJ's a wild card now.
That would
CJ McCollum could be in there. Anthony Edwards could be in there. What are they going to call Anthony Edwards, a guard, or are they going to call him a forward? If you could slide him into the front court, maybe that. But then, there's going to be AD voters, even though he's missed a bunch of games. Yeah. And I'm totally with you guys about, I'm looking at it here, man. Booker's played 29 of 50 games. That's 58%. I mean, if you got a 58% on a test, that's an F.
Right. Straight up. So, yeah, I look, and these guys, you brought up Ant-Man, and that's another person that's gaining steam as of late. And, we love Anthony Edwards here. We love his game. But I don't think, I don't hate to say it like this, but I don't feel like he should be rewarded for them falling back the way they have.
Right.
And Fox not being rewarded for helping bring his team to a level they haven't seen in so many years.
That might be the Kings record might actually be the thing that gets Fox into the All-Star game, that might give him the nod over one of those guys.
As it should, because the argument has been in the past, that's part of the reason he didn't get one before.
Right. It's wins, losses.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, for sure. Hey, Bobby, I wanted to ask you a question. And you saying that you weren't a proponent of the trade before, there's nothing wrong with that. Tyrese Halliburton is a hell of a ball player. And I, to a certain degree, didn't want to see him go either. I knew you had to give up something to get something. But you and others that said, hey, man, I don't like this. I want Tyrese to stay. I get it. When did that change for you? Was it immediately? Did it take this year? Or, when it was like, oh, I didn't want to give up Tyrese, but this Sabonis dude, he's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, and I think I had a real feel for how good Sabonis was, but I was just worried about trading a guard for a big, you know what I mean, in this day and age. And so I would say probably sometime this year when I really saw how much they were running the offense through Sabonis and utilizing him. I mean, I think right when they first made the trade, our buddy Alvin Gentry might have only played Sabonis like minutes in the 20s the first couple games or something like that. It was just like, what are we doing, man? This dude is bona fide. You don't come in and split time with another center when you have Domantas Sabonis. So I would say sometime this year when I really started to see the results of the winning, and Halliburton's going to be great, but what it did, and he is great, but what it did is it really unlocked Fox, right? I mean, Fox has to have the ball in his hands. And so it was one of those rare trades, I think, that worked out good for everybody.
Yeah, and rightfully so, focusing on, the Domas stuff. Like, he traded Marvin back. Like, Trey Lyles came back in that.
Yeah.
Like, Trey Lyles has been a phenomenal pickup for this team.
Absolutely.
And you've been through so many different rosters, man. This bench, they have like down points. Obviously, Trey has been really consistent. Malik is so energetic. Like, how would you compare this bench to some of the ones of great teams past?
I think it's right there with them. The real glory years, right? You have Bobby Jackson, who was coming off the bench, could have been a starter. I kind of feel that way about Monk. I think Monk in certain situations would be a starter on a lot of teams in the NBA. He's an underrated passer, playmaker. I'm a little bit befuddled with some of his misses lately from the perimeter, because I know he's a better shooter than he's been. A guy who's like somewhere hovering around 90% career from the free throw line. So I think, in that sense, I've always liked having a guy come off the bench that can just light it up. And I think Monk is that guy. Herder's been good. And, I think Terrence Davis is a good player too. Probably would get more minutes on a lot of other rosters, but in this situation, he's just kind of stuck behind those two guys. So it'll be interesting to see if they stand pat or maybe make a minor move here or there, before the trade deadline to possibly make something happen. But I don't know. How do you guys feel about that?
Well, it's funny because I was going to ask you, how do you feel about that?
Right.
I was just about to say, because we had this discussion yesterday about, needing to make a trade. I'll put it to you like this. If trade deadline comes and goes and they don't make a deal, do you feel worried about their chances of being in the top 6 or anything like that?
No, actually, chemistry is a fragile thing, right? I mean, you don't know how you got it. You don't know how you lost it sometimes. And so, and we saw that with the Shump trade, a few years back. They had it and then they lost it real quick. I don't think that I would mess with it. I think they're riding with house money right now. And if they make the playoffs, it's going to be good enough for everybody in Sacramento. I mean, obviously you want to win a championship and you want to do everything you possibly can, but what are we talking about here? We're talking about bringing in somebody who probably is going to play 12 to 15 minutes a game, something like that. Is he going to take Davion's minutes? Offensively, that'd be cool. But defensively, Davion does things that others just can only dream of. So, and he affects games. I mean, we all can see that, right? So, it depends on what kind of move it is. If it was a minor move, if you could add someone like, I'm just throwing this out there. Let's say you could get DeLon Wright. I would think that he's comparable as a defender and probably a little step up offensively as a truer backup to Fox. I'd be down for something like that. If you could
King DeLon Wright.
What's that?
Former King DeLon Wright.
Right. Yeah.
And I think he was someone everyone loved. Like when he was traded, it was like
why did he get traded?
What?
Yeah, I think they thought they had a crowd, right? They thought they had a crowd because that was Tyrese, Fox.
Yeah.
Right. So they were like, well,
right.
They did. They had a lot of point guards.
Yeah. So if you could do something like that, that might be cool. If you could get a little bit better at the backup center spot, maybe. But again, I think that might mess things up. And I think Chimezi's done a really fantastic job. And Rashawn we all know Rashawn's better than he's shown, in the last year or so. So I'm optimistic.
We keep talking about trade. It was sidebar just for a quick second on Davion, because again, we do not overhyping this. Like, you're a draft guy, you dive into these guys leading into the draft, and I'm going to ask you a bad broadcast journalist question. I'm going to ask it anyways.
All right.
Is there another level? Like, is there another level for Davion, or is this just who he is?
I think there is. He is older than some of the other prospects. What is he, 24 now or something like that? Yeah. So, you'd love for that outside shot to go in with more consistency. But I still think when he has such a low center of gravity, and when he drives to the basket, I still think that's his best look, offensively. And I'd like to see more of it. You have to take those shots, though, in the NBA. If you're open from the 3-point line, the ball comes to you. As Doug would say, Doug Christie, a shot created by a teammate must be taken. And I agree with that. So he has to pull the trigger on some of those, but maybe he could turn down one or two in the flow where he just pulls up in favor of getting to the basket. I'd like to see that a little bit more. And defensively, though, I think he's not only rock. I think he's elite, actually, on the defensive end. I think he's one of those dudes.
Absolutely. Somebody mentioned this the other day. Here's the benefit of the way the Kings have started or played this first half of the season. This is one way of looking at it. Maybe this is a glass half full way of looking at it. If the Kings finish 500, play 500 ball the rest of the way, they finish the season 7 games over 500.
Dude, I'll take it.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to be extraordinary the rest of the way.
Right.
They've put money in the bank up until this point, and now you play 500 ball the rest of the way, you're 7 games over 500 for the season.
Does that get you the 3?
I don't know about 3. I think it gets you to 4, though. for sure. It's easy, either one of those. It gets you
above
home
6
court
or
advantage.
6 or above.
Oh
which
yeah,
is,
yeah.
That's the biggest concern. Like we're getting greedy right now, talking like
Right.
3 and 4, which is great. But
It is.
like the Kings have got to be top 6.
Yeah, and if they do that, I think everybody in Sacramento will say, okay, this was a successful season, for this year. And then in the summer, then maybe you address, whatever you want to do to try to take that next step. But right now, let's cross this hurdle. Let's get into the playoffs. I probably wouldn't mess with it, if I was Monty McNair, again, unless I knew it was a high quality, character guy coming here and going out of here with someone who's not gonna, it's not gonna tear up the team or something, some vital part of the chemistry.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Bobby Gerould with us here on the show, hanging out, talking Kings basketball. We're talking about messing with it now. And we're obviously enjoying this ride that we're on. I can't wait to start having conversations about the offseason.
Yeah.
Because you know the way we all get. It's like, all right, what are you gonna do next?
Yeah.
Yep.
And how are you gonna accomplish that? And I think those are gonna create some, because Bobby, we're of the feeling like whether they make a move or not, I think we're all under the belief if there's a move to be made, it's probably something smaller. Like there's not a Domantas Sabonis, Tyrese Halliburton deal out there.
No.
It's and it almost feels like shade, but it's the name Mason Plumlee, Nas Reed. Like that's what we're talking about here. With the potential.
Nas Reed, yes. Mason Plumlee, no.
Oh, you're
oh, Bobby, why? Okay, the fresh
That's me.
perspective. Why are you off Mason Plumlee?
I don't know. I mean, what does he make? He gets paid pretty well, right?
I feel like it's 6 point something.
Yeah,
Okay, that's not it.
But he's expiring. That could be wrong.
Okay.
Just looking it up right now.
All right. Well, then that's a little more reasonable.
But it is
then.
expiring. Like
Okay.
So you'll pay a fraction of that over the final.
I don't know. Does Mason Plumlee move the needle that much?
No, like that's the thing. That's the thing we keep getting stuck on is whatever your faults are with the Kings. Like if you're frustrated that they don't play defense or they're inconsistent. Like, all right, cool. Yeah. Nas Reed is not going to change that.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mason Plumlee is not going to change that.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever you're bringing in, it's all about the lead in to the playoffs. This was the conversation we were having with Joe yesterday. It's all about the lead in. It's about making sure Domas doesn't have to play 42 minutes a night just to maintain the 3, 4, 5, or 6 spot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I guess I was a little premature with my take there on Mason Plumlee, to be honest with you. So, and that's
right.
But your point is
it's 8.5. The official number is 8.5.
Your point is valid. Like I would take Mason Plumlee on the squad, like no issues. But this is what I kept saying the other night, kind of what Damian said. And like I said, I'm not saying bench players don't matter. I'm not saying that, but we're making a big old fuss over a guy that, like you said, is going to play 12 to 15 minutes a game and probably would never play in the last 6 minutes of a game.
Well, definitely not Mason Plumlee because he can't shoot a free throw. So
right, can't shoot a free throw. And who coming off the court?
Right,
Keegan.
Right,
not Sabonis.
Right,
like he's not playing in crunch time. So I kept saying yesterday, and I understand the people who want to make a move. I'm not against making a move. What I'm saying is I think the fate of this team's season is with the guys that are on the roster. Like if they're not playing defense or they're struggling with defense, they got to play better defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to have to do it. There's not going to be a savior to come in there and balance everything out and fix it. They've got to figure something out. And that's kind of where my stance was.
I mean, Plumlee he's a good passer. So maybe in that sense, you could be a little more seamless with that fit because, Chimezie and Rashawn, you're not getting that kind of passing game from them at all. And Plumlee's proven that I think he's a guy with over a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio this season. So you give him a chance to come in there and maybe it's a little more seamless as far as your offense goes, because we see the change when Domas is out of the game. It's like, oh my goodness, they pass it to the high post and people are cutting, but the ball's not moving. And it's just not the same. I mean, Domas he's a surgeon there with what he's doing in the high post.
And we saw in the game that he missed a week or so ago with an illness that not only is it lacking when Domas isn't in there, it took them a lot of time to get adjusted to Sabonis not being in there. Bobby, it was like they were playing a completely different type of game. They were trying to play the regular game, and then at some point it was like, yeah, this isn't working. We have to change what we're doing. And to their credit, they did, and they wound up winning that one. But it took them a while.
He's a lot like, I think he's a better player than Vlade was, but is a lot like Vlade as far as, what he's able to do there from that position. You throw him the ball and you get some cutters going. And if you cut, he will find you. Harrison Barnes has had a huge jump in efficiency because of playing with Domas. I feel like Kevin Huerter, his game exists because of Domas, the screens he sets and the way he's able to pop him open for that straightaway three. There's just so many good things that Domas does. So I really think Domas is going to be an all-star. I don't think there's any question about it. Like I said, I think Fox is going to, it's going to come right down to the wire. I'm hoping that it happens, but man, having Zion named to the starting team definitely took a spot away.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, Bobby, before we get you out of here, I want to know what you think about Keegan Murray. And we all know he's a good ball player, but I thought he was cool in college. Like, I'd watch his film. He's cool. Kid can play. And he's a lot better than I gave him credit for. Like, he's a lot better than I gave him credit for. He's a hell of a shooter, maybe a lot better shooter than I gave him credit for coming out of Iowa. And he just continues to grow every game. How have you thought about his rookie year? And what do you think about him coming in?
I liked him. He was my pick necessarily, but I liked him. I guess I was one of those guys who kind of fell into that ceiling conversation. There was a lot of pushback about the ceilings of some of these different guys, and I think myself and a few others touched a nerve with some of the people in the front office because they seem to keep bringing that up. But I mean, he's definitely proven that he is an excellent basketball player, and there's no reason to think that he's not going to get better going forward. I mean, you just look at the things that he does. How many times have you seen a rookie that can come in and log the kind of minutes he does, play with that kind of consistency, hit the outside shot, make veteran plays? He looks like a guy who's been playing for many years already in the NBA to me. And he can definitely improve his efficiency. Mike Brown's been on him about the rebounding. The rebounding's gotten better. They got on him a little bit about finishing around the rim. You get to the rim, man, you got to try to throw somebody in there, in the hoop with you, instead of just laying it up. And I think he's getting better about that with the aggression. Give him a off season in the summer and let him get a little more tone and tight and gain some strength too. I think that's going to help. So I think Monty McNair hit a home run there. And, my guy would have been Shaedon Sharpe, honestly, but
hey, look at y'all.
We're on a different.
It's crazy,
right? We're on a different, timeline, and Shaedon Sharpe still may be 3-4 years down the road. He still may be something ridiculous where you look back and say, "Wow, okay, everybody messed up on that."
I've heard people talking about like, T-Mac.
Context is so important, though. Like, not everyone has 3 or 4 years to
right.
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely doesn't.
Keegan was the right guy for this team right now. But I always say, let's go back to Tyreke Evans' rookie year, and I would say maybe even the second year. If you ask people point blank, would you rather have Tyreke or Steph Curry? They'd say Tyreke Evans. I think 9 out of 10 would have said Tyreke Evans. But things change, right? I mean, it's those with the will to improve will improve. And that's something that you can, scouting is a moving target. I always say that. It's what you thought about a guy in summer. It could be completely different by January if they're really, in the right mix. Situations matter, all those different things. There's so many subtleties and nuances of the game that can make, someone fit better. I mean, if Keegan was on another team that wasn't trying to fight for wins, he could probably have better offensive numbers. If he was in Jabari Smith Jr. situation, I think he'd probably have a higher scoring average and higher rebounding average and all that kind of stuff. But he's here. He has to fit in with these veterans, and I think he's been doing a fantastic job of it.
Why I take Tyreek Evans over Steph Curry. Next on First.
Did you hear that bar from Bobby though? Those with the will to improve will improve. I'm
absolutely
great bars right there.
No,
that was a bar right there,
dude. That's one of my mantras. I have a few of them tucked away here, you know. So over the years, that's when I come
double
back.
Entendre with the oh my god,
Bobby, this was a blast, man. Thanks so much for hanging out with us.
You guys are the best. I listen all the time, and I really appreciate it. I think your show's important in Sacramento. And just overall, you guys do a great job. Kenny, I'm sorry it took us this long to talk to each other and smile with one another. And Damian, you already know how I feel about you, brother.
Yes, indeed.
It's gonna be the first time of many, man. First time.
You know what? This conversation was so. I'm gonna go unblock you right now.
Well, if you can change, he can change. We all can change.
Now, is that a wrestling reference?
Was that Rocky?
That was a movie.
4.
Yeah, that was
that
was Rocky in front of.
There's a little bit of a generational thing, and I don't do the wrestling right, so you know how it is. I told Damian before, I was like, you need some old soul in your show, come to me, and I'll provide that. But I don't know about the wrestling.
That's all right. That's all right, Bobby.
Man, Bobby.
We appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much.
You guys are
That's
great.
Bobby Gerould right there. That was absolutely tremendous. We got to step out. We got to we'll come back. We've got a lot more we want to do. Max Resetar, he joins us next here. He was the author for the Slam magazine cover with Domas and Fox. We'll talk to him on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, that was great stuff. That was fun. Resetar, Max Resetar. That was great stuff. I gotta hit Shannon back. Maybe we pre-record it.
Whatever needs to be done. Oh, well, wait, what day was that, Bill?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay,
you're good. That was the first thing I looked at. You're good. Let's see.
Whatever you want, girl, you know I can provide. There he is. There he is. Hey, look, the funny thing about this is woke up this morning and guess who followed me on Twitter?
Who?
Slam magazine.
Oh, what a moment.
Oh
wow, what a moment.
Slam magazine followed your boy, man. Come on, I'm done. I'm done with Twitter now. I'm done. It's over.
Guess who they didn't follow?
I got you.
What's up, Max?
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Good, man. We're on we're live on the video stream. We're on commercial on the radio. We should be back in just a handful of minutes. You'll hear me repeat this in about 3 minutes. Man, that was such a great article to read.
Well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much for reading it. I know that everyone gets down with the words, so thank you for doing that.
Yeah, and that was really, really just I'm gonna describe it when we get back on the air. But it's just great stuff, man.
What's it looking like in Queens today, man? What's the weather, man?
Oh, cold out here right now.
It's cold out here too. I know how you feel, man. It's cold out here too.
No, his cold isn't the same. Max, it's 60 degrees here.
It's chilly, man. Look, I got the big coat with me, man. It's cold, man.
The double layers. I'm out here in a t-shirt. Yo, the one day I had in Sacramento, it was 60 degrees. I sat outside. I ate food after the interview. It was beautiful. No sweater. I didn't eat nothing. It was so nice out. So 60 for me. That's summer.
East Coast is different this time of year, man. It's different for sure, man.
Yeah, man.
Amazing,
up, man.
That's amazing.
How'd you because we're talking a lot Kings when you get on. How long you been with Slam, man? And I know you probably like me, man. You were probably reading the magazine growing up, man. So this is probably awesome.
Oh my God, it's a dream. So I started interning in 2014, first job out of college, or I was interning in college, and then kept it going all the way through since then. So it's been a long time.
Yeah. That's what's I was telling Damian the other day, man. Just like I had from issue 6 to like I forgot when I stopped. It was probably like it was after 150, so it was probably like 160, 175. I had them all, and that was it growing up. Like, Slam magazine. I used to write, try to get in the little letter section and all that stuff.
And trash talk.
Yeah, the trash. I love Slam magazine, man.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. It's the Bible, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Max will agree with me. Madison Square Garden is the Mecca, correct?
Correct. And I grew up a Nets fan because of Jay Kidd. So I'm from New York, but
Yeah.
MSG, there's no place like MSG.
It's the Mecca. Damien, it's the Mecca. Which
Okay.
one you want me to say?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. We'll win there. If it's the Mecca, win basketball games there.
All due respect to Arco, of course.
Well,
I wish I could have gone to Arco.
Shout out to Arco. That was a great place. Golden One's better, but Arco was a great place.
No, Arco was charming. That's what it was. Arco was charming. Golden One Center is an arena. That's a play. Arco's cute. It was charming, and it was there's a lot of people who love Arco just because of the sound of it.
It looked rocking on TV back in the day.
Oh yeah,
it was.
Oh, man.
Now that's something that we hope we get here in Golden One Center, man.
But look, Golden One was gorgeous. They rolled out the red carpet for us. That place is, like you said, that's an arena.
Yeah.
The open concept at that main entrance is my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Like Trysta was talking about that. It's just a phenomenal, just to be able to take everything in right there. I think is so great.
Were you here just for the work, or were you able to watch the game here?
I was here. I had because that was when you guys were dealing with the storm. So I had the red eye super late, got in super late, and then I had to fly out that night, also delayed. So I had maybe 12 hours on the ground.
Got you.
Yeah.
You got to get back out here, man. Come on now. Get back out here for the game.
On winning, we might do another story.
Hey, let's go.
Mike Brown with the man who sent Sacramento beaming. Hang on one second, Max.
Cool.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on ESPN 1320, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're happy to bring in our man, Max Resetar from Slam Magazine. Max wrote the amazing cover story that sold out. The gold copy sold out yesterday that featured De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, in the beam. And I know we were all infatuated with the cover and the accompanying t-shirt, but Max, that was like a love letter to this basketball season for the Sacramento Kings, and I thought it was phenomenal, man. Thank you for writing it.
Oh my goodness, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I unexpected right there, but thank you. This cover was not just Fox and Sabonis. This cover was because this team is a real unit. So, we're celebrating those two, but in actuality, we're celebrating Mike Brown and Monty and the whole entire roster. So thank you very much.
That's what's up, man. And we talk so much here in Sacramento. We get frustrated with, national media and feel like we're overlooked and everything else like that. How did it come about in the offices of Slam Magazine of like, yo, we got to do something with this Kings team, man? You guys obviously were taking notice, man. How did that come about?
Everything in Slam happened super fast. So, I get the call from editor-in-chief Adam Figman. He says, we're talking to the Kings. And also I want to give a huge shout out to Shannon Malone over at the Kings. She was incredible. Just gave us so much help. But yeah, it happened super fast. And like you said, we're paying attention to the Kings. We're seeing Fox finally rightly get the shine that he deserves. Sabonis, two-time All-Star. So we all know what's good over there, but super fast. And, before I knew it, I had my questions ready. I had my my research done, and I was on a flight from New York to Sac.
And hopefully Domas, a three-time All-Star. We'll find that out next Thursday. You were telling us the story. You were telling the live stream the story during the commercial break. But when you say you were on a flight to Sacramento, you literally you came in, did the interviews, and then you left. Like you said you were on the ground for what, 12 hours?
Maybe even that. So yeah, it's always fast. Like I said, this always happens super fast. And again, Shannon gave us a lot of time with the Kings. We had about 2 hours, but then after that, in and out. Hyatt Regency on, what was that, 11th Street, I think it was, or 12, something like that.
is it 11th and L or what is
That's
it?
L, yeah.
Yeah, L Street.
Yeah.
Something like that, and then straight over to that beautiful new plaza. I got to walk around that plaza just a little bit. Really nice over there. But yeah, it was a fast trip.
Max was here for the bomb cyclone. For those who missed that part.
I saw the craziest guys coming in. I saw the craziest guys.
Max was like, "This is not what they show California on TV."
I thought I was going to California. What is this?
Like, you literally arrived, Max, for a once in a lifetime day.
Yeah, which is awesome. I appreciate that. This is a once in a generation Kings team, so it lines up, right?
There you go.
There you go.
We'll take it.
Hey, so you sat down with Fox and Sabonis and talked to them, and forgive me if I have this wrong, but I read the article, but I also saw the video. Is that you asking the questions on the video too?
Yeah,
okay, so yeah, I thought so. So I always watch those two together, and they fit each other so perfectly. Like Fox is really outgoing, and he's got things to say all the time, and Sabonis is very quiet. Small talk and things of that nature, and it almost goes into their game a little bit, right? Because we hear a lot of times out here, Sabonis, when we talk about fourth quarter Fox and all this other stuff, De'Aaron always says, Sabonis goes to him and says, "Hey, whatever you need to do, go ahead and do it. If you need to score, you need me to set a screen, whatever you need to do." And that came off in the video, right? It's like, all right, Fox, go ahead. You answer the questions. I'm here if you need me to. It's whatever. Is that the same kind of vibe you got when you were interviewing him?
I definitely felt that, the first thing I did when those two walked up, and I've met them I've met Fox twice and Sabonis once. And the first thing I did was say, "Look, Sabonis, I know exactly what D Fox likes to listen to. What music do you want to play?" And the first thing he said to me was, "No, it's up to Fox." That was the first thing he said. And that just continued through the interview. But the way I was looking at it when I was writing the story was that Sabonis to me is kind of the son of the Kings. Everyone kind of revolves around him, and then Fox will just come through like a comet, like straight through that night sky, and he'll just streak through with that speed, and he takes care of his business. But to me, Sabonis is the rock of this entire team.
Yeah.
And my absolute favorite part of, and it's funny you talking about Sabonis being the rock. My absolute favorite part of the article is you asked them to mention their favorite moments of the Kings season. And the first thing, and I think it's Sabonis, right? The first thing Sabonis says is the buzzer beater in Orlando.
Yeah.
And reading them tell that story, it's just incredible.
Because that was a moment where Sabonis really perked up, right? Like, he was quick to laugh. Like, I was making dumb jokes at the entire. So he was definitely down to be a little bit silly. But that moment right there, he really snapped too. And he said it before Fox. If you see it on the video, that's when he really came to life, and they're both laughing. And then he says, that's when the vibes really got going. And yeah, I was breaking down that film over and over just so I could write about it properly. He sprinted from under the basket straight to have like arms up, like, that's my guy. He's my point guard. And that moment was really important. I thought they were going to say that Nets win, because again, being in New York, like, they dropped 153 on the Nets.
They didn't have to do that to your boys. They didn't have to do that to your boys.
Oh, but they did it. They definitely did it. And that was when I really started to pay attention, because TD was amazing that game. Herter was like, I'd never seen Herter play like that. Like, I knew he could shoot, but those DHOs and all those, like, those backdoor cuts on the sideline, that was really impressive to me. And then when they said that Orlando moment, that really clicked, because when they brought up the vibes in the locker room improving after that, that's when it all started to make sense that these two are really, really good, but they don't get anywhere without HB and Herter and Keegan, going down the line. So yeah, that was important. But let me ask you guys, do you think that was the, I know you watch every game. Is that the moment where the season shifted for you guys, or do you have another moment?
When I didn't think about it until, like I said, I watched the video too. When you asked the question, I thought Orlando too. And I never thought about that until the question was asked. I was like, it's probably that buzzer beater from Fox. And that was, I think they broke it down there. Like, they were kind of coming out of the doldrums. They, lost a tough one to Miami. They win that game, and then they lose to the Warriors on a Monday, and then they take off and win 7 straight and go crazy. And it kind of felt in retrospect like, yeah, that probably was the time.
Yeah, and I think the important caveat to that game is they were down 20.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They were down 20 to Orlando, and Orlando was not as talented, but similar in makeup to Toronto, who just pushed the Kings all over the floor the other night. And they fought their way back into that, and that was like a clutch. And you wrote about this. That was a clutch moment for De'Aaron. And then I thought you laid the timeline out beautifully right there, KC, because if the other moment that immediately comes to mind is that Lakers game at the Staples Center where De'Aaron
goes crazy.
Again, that's where it started to be, because the buzzer beater was first, and then that Laker game, De'Aaron took that game over. And it's like, okay, all right, it's different. Like, it's different now. This is like De'Aaron Fox's team. De'Aaron Fox has full reign on what this team is doing, and that Laker win it. I'll go Orlando first, but that Laker win at the Staples Center is really, really close.
Yeah, it's interesting. Speaking of that full control, I asked them both. When I was writing it, Sabonis was shooting 11 times a game, and D Fox was shooting 18 times a game. And I said, why aren't you both shooting 25 times, right? Like, you have both earned that right. But it seems like they're really down to just like let the game be played, and then that moment has to come. Then that's the full control moment that you just mentioned, which I find very interesting. You don't see that in Fox, who should be an all-star, and Sabonis, who is an all-star. That's pretty rare these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Max, so when I was texting you, I was not gaslighting you. I was not gassing you up. They are going crazy about this cover and this article out here. And I don't know how much like you guys follow that or you see it, but the gold cover, which was like $95, is sold out. It's sold out on the website. You can't get it. Like, is this typical of like slam covers and stuff like that? Or is this like, oh, you guys kind of blown away that it's blown up crazy in the last 48 hours?
I love all my babies, right? Like the beam idea, I wanted to put the beam on the cover. So, this whole concept.
Great call.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This whole concept was my, and like I said, it happened really fast. So I really wanted it to do well, but no, I didn't see 94 people spending $94 on that issue. And then, it's the base issue, which you guys will be getting, wherever you can buy magazines in about a week or two, is when the copies will get to wherever you buy these issues. And that's doing really well. The T-shirts are doing really well. I
got a T-shirt.
There you go.
I got a T-shirt. I had to get a T-shirt.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm blown away. And we're all really just so pleasantly surprised that, because, you said it at the top, right? Like, DeMarcus was the last cover in 2016. We haven't shown the Kings a whole bunch of love on a big scale like this. And for the community around the Kings to react in this way, absolutely thrilled. And it really is, it means a lot to us, because it shows that every single fan base, whether you're the big guys, all those teams, but down to the Kings who have had this drought, everyone deserves this type of shine. So I'm very, very excited and very happy.
Hey, man, y'all carry weight, man.
Yeah.
We talked about it. Slam magazine, man. It's the Bible of basketball, man. Y'all carry weight, and to get that recognition from that publication, that means something. That still means something to this day.
That Jay Will T-shirt from back in the day is iconic. It might get bumped.
It might.
Yeah, it might get bumped.
might.
Yeah, like that's
Don't be kind here.
I'm dead serious. That joint might get bumped.
This city loves this team.
Yeah.
And for you guys to get these guys in here right now, they love this team. It's only the beginning, Max. I'm telling you right now.
They've played 50 times together, and they're doing this through 50 games. Like, what else is gonna happen? What else is gonna happen?
All right, Max. It's confession time.
Uh-oh.
I need to know what you thought when the Sabonis Tyrese trade happened.
These are my confessions.
We're about to undo all of this great stuff. All of this great stuff Max just said. We're about to undo it all with one question.
I thought that I was confused for both teams. Because Sabonis they finally figured out, no shade to OKC. They had no clue what they had in Sabonis. It looked like Indy understood what he was. And watching Tyrese play, like, I'm like a super duper basketball nerd, not necessarily for stats but like for mechanics and strategy. And when I would watch Tyrese play, that vision that he has out of the pick and roll, That stuff that excites me. So when that trade, I was just confused. But it's worked out, right? It worked out for both squads.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like, were you guys upset to see him go?
Yeah, to a
Well,
certain
sure.
degree,
Yeah.
But we understood.
Yeah.
And we're closer to it, right? We saw Fox and Halliburton play for a year and a half, and it's like, this isn't going to work. Like it's not going to work. So we understood you gotta move on from one of them. We didn't know which one, but you had to move on from one of them. And then you saw you're getting a Sabonis. Well, you're not going to get him for Glenn Robinson III, right? Like you disrespect the little dog. That's my guy, but you're not getting him from Glenn Robinson III. You had to give up something to get something.
Yeah, and they each have traits that the other one doesn't have. Like in everything, like Tyrese is every basketball nerd's dream, but can he do what De'Aaron does in the fourth quarter regularly? Can he score 30 plus on a regular night? Does he want to score 30 plus on a regular night? Like he'd rather Buddy do it and he get the 15 assists, I think. And sometimes you need the guy who can. The Orlando game, the Los Angeles game, and Tyrese had his moment this year for sure. I think it was against Miami, but they're obviously Fox, Halliburton. They're both great players. It worked, and we understood why they did it. It just everyone had such extreme opinions at the time. It's always fun to go back and reminisce about those, especially since hopefully both of them, the people involved in the trade at least, will be named All-Stars next week.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, you've got this city beaming.
Look at you, a little poetic justice right there, huh?
I'm a broadcast journalist, Max. Thank you again for the article. Thank you for the cover, man. Thank you for bringing some it's even more excitement into this fan base, man. And it's just tremendous, man. Congratulations, and from all Kings fans, man. Thank you for that.
Absolutely
appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you guys very much. You have a great weekend, and hope to see some more Kings wins over here.
Yeah, hopefully we're talking again soon. Appreciate you,
All right,
Max.
guys. Take it easy.
All right, man. Go out of your way to watch the video and read the article over on Slam Online, and of course when the magazines actually become available. I know everyone's gonna. Of course, if you didn't buy the gold $94 one, if you didn't buy that one, of course. The funny thing about that is
like 24 hours.
If you bought the gold 94 one, you're probably thinking, I still need the silver one. Like I'm gonna go get that.
You're gonna end up spending $100.
Oh, easily,
because the regular magazine is gonna be, like $6-7.
Yeah, I haven't bought a magazine in so long. I have no clue how inflation has hit magazines.
I don't either. The last magazine I bought,
I saw eggs today for $9.50, so I assume a magazine cost at least $18.
Jeez, the last magazine I bought.
Oh boy.
No, it's not a BMF situation. But I bought a Sacramento magazine.
Oh,
I had to go get one.
Oh, a best of Sacramento.
I had to go get one.
Jesse Tapia, best of Sacramento.
Yeah,
that's right. One time winner.
Did you frame it?
No, I just
did. Cheryl and Elk Grove frame it?
She probably will.
Does Cheryl and Elk Grove know that we're in it?
I don't know. I'm trying to think if I don't think she knows. She saw the post, but I don't think she knows the magazine. Okay. She did frame that article I was telling you about before our show started. That was a nice little something.
I don't remember what article were you talking about.
I think Joe Davison.
That one. Oh, yeah. Okay.
She framed it and gave it to me for Christmas or something.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's pretty dope.
That was really cool.
Yeah. So that's good stuff. Did you buy a $94 magazine yesterday?
No. Oh. And if I did,
you ask?
If I did, I wouldn't say it on the air because the queen bee would be like, "What?"
It's gonna show up at the house, and Kenny, look what D'Lo sent us. Oh, D'Lo, man, I got the best co-host. That's good stuff.
I couldn't do that, but I'll definitely be getting a regular one though. I had the digital subscription to Slam. I think I'm gonna get it again just because I like reading Slam magazine. But I gotta go get the hard copy. Gotta go get one.
Yeah, there's certain magazines I like having those for sure.
Yeah, Leezy a wild boy, man. Leezy just talking about Casey had a different King magazine. Come on, man. Chill, man. First of all, how old are you? Yeah, how old are you? That was 20 years ago.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
The difference with Leezy is I think Leezy is legitimately in the sophomore class. Young Leezy over there.
Oh, man.
That was great. That was a good. That was Kenny's call, man. That was a good job tracking down Max, man. That was fun.
Man.
Actually, Kenny got Max and Bobby. He had a good idea for today's show.
The mind was I had to make up. I had a bad day yesterday.
Boy, when you produce, like, boy, man,
I had a terrible day yesterday. I had to make up for it. So, but now I saw it and I was like, I just reached out to their Twitter feed. I was like, hey, the guy Max, because I saw Max Twitter. He hadn't tweeted since like last April.
He's not super active.
So I was like, I don't know if this is the best way to go. I was like, look, man, these people are going crazy out here for this cover and this article. Can we get somebody? And they hit me up. Well, Max hit me up this morning. I was like, yeah, man, let's do it.
I love hearing how stories for stuff like that come together too. The fact that they came up with the idea super quick, he had to hop on a plane, because I hear this about like magazine writing all of the time. Hop on a plane, fly to Sacramento, talk to Domas and De'Aaron, and get back here.
Come up with the cover story in 12 hours. Yeah. You got 12 hours to come up with
the
that cover story.
And it's like you and it is fair to say you can't do anything on Sacramento without the beam.
No. Not in 2022, 2023.
Yeah,
season. Right
now you just cannot.
Absolutely.
You can't leave the beam out of anything.
Absolutely not. That is that's the defining fixture of this team right now. I hope Max can get out for a playoff game.
Yeah,
because
when we beat the Warriors in round one,
come on, and then we'll lose in the second round. But I took that deal.
It'll be worth
I'll take
it. You did.
I'll take it.
You did. We're gonna lose in 3 in the second round, all because Kenny
losing 3.
Deal or no deal. I saw Soren throw it in the chat. Hey, do deal or no deal with Bobby. That's a good idea.
Can you believe that Luke Walton got me blocked? I'll never forgive Luke.
See, Captain Sava stuff is over, isn't it? Now,
get me in bad graces with Bobby Gerould over Luke Walton, man. I'm blaming Luke.
Now Kenny's gonna be at Cleveland games texting me pictures. Idiot.
That was so uncalled for.
That was really uncalled for. I don't know.
Did you do that?
The great part was my favorite part of that story is I didn't have Cheryl and Elk Grove's number in my phone, so I just get a text from a number that I don't have with a picture of Luke Walton that says idiot. And because it was a courtside seat, I was like, oh, it's that. Okay, obviously this is Cheryl and Elk Grove. The vitriol for Luke Walton and the fact that she's sitting directly next to him.
That was so uncalled for.
That eliminates everyone else.
So uncalled for.
She called that man
for no reason. The man sitting there standing coaching a game. Didn't hurt nobody.
Oh, no matter how much you may have disliked,
man.
Oh, hey, tough crowd.
She is rough.
That is a tough crowd right there. Oh, goodness gracious. And Trysta ain't even here yet.
It's popping.
We having all this fun.
Come on, man. Trysta, Kyle, and James to finish the show.
Yeah. Kyle Madson, unfortunately, joining us by phone. But we'll get to it. Doesn't really matter. Trysta's here for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes anyways, and then we'll call Kyle whenever we're ready. We'll talk to him about the upcoming NFC Championship. It's
two things about the NFC Championship game real quick. Just kind of tiptoeing there for a little bit before we get to Kyle.
Time. Yeah, we got Trysta first.
Out of nowhere, didn't like this one. Elijah Mitchell is questionable.
I saw that. Yeah,
so don't like that.
Understood.
Don't like that, especially when you talk about Christian McCaffrey is not practiced all day. He's going. He's a full go.
Yeah.
Like he told everybody that will listen, there's no chance that I will not play in this game. I'm playing. Kyle said today.
Some would say
go.
No chance in hell.
No chance in hell. That's what he's got. That's what
head over to YouTube.
You got.
Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 to vote on our poll question.
Need that. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we come back. I want to talk about that when we come back. But so there's that, right? I don't like that.
Okay.
But Dave Lombardi of The Athletic tweeted out, wow, Kyle Shanahan showed the 49ers the January 2003 NFC title game when Tampa Bay went into Philadelphia and closed Veterans Stadium with an emphatic road win. Rondé Barber, 92-yard pick six to seal it. John Lynch was on that Tampa team and pacing in Shanahan's office while watching it. Niners by 17. Niners by 17. John Lynch, this is a John Lynch game. John Lynch is going to Jedi mind power these boys to another Philly failure. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Trysta Krick joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Kyle Shanahan's the first guy to show his team some old highlight film, I guess.
Ramsey's such a hater. It's so funny. So funny. I love Ramsey. If Ramsey wasn't a hater, it wouldn't even be the same.
Man, this is good. Strawberry lime.
Oh, another one. All right.
Cola Sea-Moss, everybody. Shout out Cola.
I'm making a drink the second. Hey, dope ones. What's happening? Dope
There
one.
you go.
Donnie, I got an idea. I got an idea, Donnie. I haven't even told you about this idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's for the screen, though. Got an idea. I've been thinking. We don't have any pictures behind us, so we could spruce this screen up a little bit. And I have an idea.
I need to let us put pictures in here. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Let us do it.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know that we've asked. But I also don't want them to be like, yeah, go get whatever you want. Hang it up in there. Like, no.
I'm going to get slam up posters that are in the magazine, rip them out, and put them on the wall. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah. We're the only video show. It doesn't matter. Yeah, we're the only. I'm with Kirk. Every time the 49ers are good, I should get paid more.
Well, you go get the yearly raise. Man. They ain't going nowhere.
And a yearly raise, I couldn't even imagine.
Hey, look, man. Look. Kirk talking about I want the same energy if the Eagles win. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be punching the air and hyped up if the Eagles win. No, you're not gonna get the same energy. What are you talking about? I'll be punching the air. I'm gonna be punching the air like Cuba Gooding and Boys in the Hood. That's how I'll be punching the air.
Someone's been in their car today trying to dodge those punches you've been throwing through the radio.
Hey, did you see yesterday was a terrible day. Terrible day. Who was the guy that came here and had everybody sign in his car?
Huh?
Oh, I don't know who that was. I saw that on.
You saw that? Yeah.
I don't know what
They were
was.
signing his car?
They signed,
It was a Tesla. Like autographing it.
Yeah.
Don't sign my car.
Well, I think the thing about it, he had like there was something wrong there was a crack on the hood or whatever. So he's going to get it replaced. And he was just like, I want all you guys to come sign my car. A white Tesla.
I don't know. It's another thing we didn't get invited to.
Happy 2 months to Ryan Patrice Caraway. Happy 2 months. She got shots today. It's never. I remember with Reese. I was not looking forward to it. Poor baby. She handled it like a champ, though. Who is this? That's what's my man's name? My goodness. What's your bench guard's name?
Malcolm Brogdon?
Malcolm Brogdon. Why couldn't I remember that?
Casual.
They got him as sixth man of the not they. Worldwide Wobe in his updated leaderboard has Brogdon as sixth man of the year.
Yeah, he's everything they needed after last year.
I just sent Don the dope ones my idea, and I'm very confident it makes what I sent him makes no sense at all. Absolutely none. He's gonna look at that text and respond like I was Luke Walton and he was Cheryl and El Grove. Trysta Krick joins us here at the top of the hour. Kyle Madson coming up. This is that stretch where we kind of just do what we want.
Just float on.
Don't go anywhere, man. We've got you covered for like the next hour with Trysta and Kyle, and then James closes out the show. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. We'll talk NFC Championship. You said you wanted to talk about our poll question.
Mm-hmm.
I just looked at this, a little bit surprised. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. In addition to voting, the number of votes never matches the number of thumbs up. So if you're watching, you voted, hit the thumbs up. The question is, who is winning the Royal Rumble? Only 4 options. Sami Zayn, Cody Rhodes, Stone Cold, or The Rock. Do you have the YouTube stream in front of you?
I don't.
Who do you think's leading?
I think The Rock is leading.
The Rock is leading by a large percent.
They haven't been paying attention to the house show.
It's 41% for The Rock, 26% for Stone Cold Steve Austin, 18% for Cody.
Oh, wow.
And only 14% for Sami Zayn as the votes continue to come in.
Wow. I picked Sammy. Jesse made a good compelling case for that this morning. And I think that'd be a hell of a call. Put Sami Zayn as the winner of the Royal Rumble. Cody, I think they've done Cody, as much as I like Cody, I think it would be a little underwhelming if he won the Royal Rumble after the way they've been. I saw the little montage and everything. Like, that's him winning the Royal Rumble is no fun.
I disagree. It's just it's a very he lost so much momentum being gone after the Seth Rollins stuff with the torn back. He had, and he'll get it back. I'm very if they hadn't spoiled it with this video.
Well, I think that's, to me, not Cody the wrestler or the character or anything like that. It's like if they would have done like an Edge with him and just only now, and he won the Royal Rumble. All right, we got action. Let's go. But last 3 weeks,
it's been about Cody.
Yeah, I was like, oh, and if he won,
and they did so they did that in the early 2000s with Triple H. Like, he came back from the quad injury, won the Royal Rumble, went on to beat Jericho. It's a kind of a WrestleMania cliche. If you're out for an injury and you can get back you're coming back at the Rumble. Because of the intricate storyline with the bloodline, you can't throw Cody into this. You have to find a clever way to eliminate him, in my opinion, though. You have to find a clever way, which
could spawn.
It could be
a storyline.
It could be the Usos and Sammy getting rid of Cody. That way you have something built in. Regardless of what happens at Mania, you have something built in for Cody in the main event picture.
Right. Cody be in the Final Four, though, huh?
Oh, yeah. Cody's absolutely in the Final Four. It's just, will there be, and there'll be surprises. Like, shout out to our guy at the Bad Guys. Man, Chris brought, it's at that Alamo Dome. Shawn Michaels will, unless Shawn Michaels is really fat. Shawn Michaels will be there.
Shawn Michaels will be in the Royal Rumble, and at least one time. He's not going to win it, but he'll be dangling on the rope.
Oh, yeah.
1 foot.
Yeah.
And then find his way back in the ring.
Yeah.
They got to do that.
I'll throw another name at you. Do you think Big E's back?
Wow, that's a heck of a call. When did he get hurt?
A long time ago.
Yeah.
It was before last year's WrestleMania.
That would be a big time surprise.
It's had to have been a year or close to it that he's been out. And it was a neck injury. I don't think he had surgery, but he's been out with a neck injury.
I'm trying to see.
But it's been a long time.
I was just trying to see what was going on with him. That is not Big E.
Jesse?
He hurt his neck March 11th last year.
Oh, okay. So it was just before Mania then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
We haven't seen him. It's been quiet.
That'd be a good call if he were to.
I could see the spot where Xavier and Kofi are in the ring against the Usos and Sammy, and then the music hits, and then you got the 3-on-3 with the Bloodline.
I would
New
pop.
Day.
I would pop.
Oh, I would too.
Yeah, I would pop for that. That's good.
I'm booking a damn good Royal Rumble.
You are.
I don't know if any of this is possible, but I'm booking a good Royal Rumble.
Vince Russo Barley.
No, I said I'm booking a good Royal Rumble, not a Royal Rumble on a pole match. Vince Russo booking a Kenny Caraway on a pole match here, and
then with Big E too, it says in this article that he was gonna get checked by doctors like in March this year. So I don't know if he'll be there. But it's WWE. I don't know if they play by those rules.
Yeah, what happened with Cena where he came back? It was like he came back super quick from a torn
tricep, maybe.
It was
tricep, bicep,
super quick, right?
Yeah, like he wasn't going to be a part of WrestleMania, and that's the Garden pop.
Yeah,
that was a wild day in the 6th grade for me.
And they still try to sell us as if no one in the ring knew. So what you're telling me is Triple H is out there. It was like mid 2000s.
Yeah.
And it's okay, Hunter. You're out there with whoever. Yeah, the winner is coming in at 30. Well, who is it? I'm not telling you. I don't care who you're sleeping with. I'm not telling you. Give me a break. It was a great reaction from the crowd, though.
That was an all-time
great reaction from the crowd.
What was a better reaction, that or Edge?
Edge's reaction was ridiculous because with Cena, he came back early, but you knew Cena was coming back.
Right.
Edge was gone for what, like 9 years?
And there was no rumors.
There was absolutely like no, he's coming back. Like, no, like he said he literally went in the ring and cried and said, I'm not allowed to wrestle anymore.
Yeah.
And held true to that for 9 years until AEW offered him like $1 million. And he was like, hey, Vince, guess I can wrestle now, can I? And suddenly he was back.
That was a hell of a
And then the world shut down and he had to wrestle in all these stupid matches.
What was it, the greatest match of all time?
Yeah, the greatest wrestling match ever. Yeah, that was funny. And it wasn't bad. The match wasn't bad. It was just funny that who was that against?
Randy.
Oh, it was against Randy?
Yeah.
He had a bunch of matches against Randy.
Maybe Randy comes back.
That's the other one. Jesse and I were talking about that too. I think Randy Orton comes back too. Yeah.
I hope he throws out Riddle. Break up.
I don't know if Riddle's coming back.
Riddle's hurt?
No, I think Riddle's got some other issues going on.
Oh, damn.
I think Riddle's on temporary timeout. I think Riddle's on temporary timeout with
went too far with
possibility of a box.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think he's got I think Riddle's got more than a couple of bad things going on for himself right now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. But yeah, I think he's living the gimmick.
Didn't know. I thought Seth Rollins beat him up so bad he's in the hospital.
As Rob W says, Riddle's got one foot in a box right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's moving his way there.
I thought Seth Rollins beat him so bad.
Robert,
he was in the hospital. He's out of commission.
Robert and Deshaun have moved over to make room in case Riddle needs to get in there.
Wow. Well, okay. Is it Robert or Deshaun?
Aren't they both in there?
Well, they are, but two different reasons.
Neither.
Okay.
Neither. I'll just say neither. Yeah, not.
He's
not
already
that.
in the box.
Yeah,
he's there.
Robert's almost in a. He's in the box that's in the box.
Confinement.
That's right.
He's in those crates that like just they're on the ships in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah. That's Robert cannot socialize with anyone. He just has a computer that he can make a record into.
Come on, man. This guy released the album.
He did.
How?
I can't believe the Chatty House is so down on Sami Zayn winning this Royal Rumble. He literally has the least amount of votes. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's Sami. I think it's Sami Zayn.
Be a good. You don't think The Rock is showing up tomorrow night?
I've kind of given up on that.
That's what they want you to do. That's what they want you to do.
Come here around 10:30.
Come here around 10:30. And The Rock would be like entrant number 30.
Right.
Like he ain't got no gas. He ain't
No,
gonna be
no,
out there for a long time. It'll be pretty amazing though if like the last 4 entrants are Sami Zayn, Cody, Stone Cold, and The Rock. Like, what year is this? And how many times has Stone Cold Steve Austin thrown The Rock out of a Royal Rumble?
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see how that plays out. Man.
See, that wouldn't work though. You'd have to have one other person in there because whoever eliminates Stone Cold is going to be
Brock will be
bad.
in there, huh?
Brock. There you. Well, yeah. Brock came back on
Brock
Monday.
out, though. Maybe the old Austin Brock double.
It'd be a big move for Cody. Well also, I guess it depends. If it's really Austin versus Brock at Mania, finally, Austin does it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Austin can get rid of Brock. Brock can come back in and throw Austin out, and they brawl to the back or whatever.
Hey, maybe it's recency bias, but I'm thinking about now that Royal Rumble was sick. Edge returned. Drew and Brock, that was a moment.
Yeah, that was good.
Nia Jax beat the hell out of R-Truth.
There's rumors Nia Jax will be back.
I like Nia Jax. She's not safe to wrestle with, but I like Nia.
I don't think she's safe. Period.
Oh my god.
There's
oh no.
There's
my childhood right now just going.
It's a lot. It's a lot over there. This in from producer Jesse. Danny in San Francisco is rolling over in his office right now. That's facts. That's absolute facts. Let's bring in the main eventer, the showstopper, the icon.
Hey,
you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. The Trysta Krick. Trysta,
the GOAT.
Who you got winning the Royal Rumble tomorrow?
Goldberg.
Wow, that's a name. That's a name we haven't mentioned.
What's the line? What's the betting favorite?
I think it's Goldberg by. I think he's a plus 2,000.
Wow,
big underdog Goldberg.
Very good.
So we're gonna win some money on Goldberg this weekend.
Did
Is
you
he
ever
still
watch
alive?
He's alive.
Yeah.
Did you
Rey
ever watch?
Mysterio Jr. He'll show up and show out.
Well, one thing we know is Rey Mysterio won't go away. So that's probably very true. He just refuses to go away.
Bro, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Why are you still here? Why are you in a storyline? I waited a whole year for Dominic to turn around. That was the happiest day of my life.
Same.
Did you ever watch wrestling though, Trysta?
Yeah, early on. So I think I was probably maybe 8 through 12 when The Rock was still sort of heavy set a little bit. And
Chubby Rock.
Yeah, Chubby Rock and Stone Cold was a big deal. Rey Mysterio was in the mix, obviously. I liked The Undertaker. I just liked his music. So there was a period of time when I was in elementary where wrestling was massive. Massive. And I just kind of rode with it,
Yeah, and like most normal people, you grew out of it.
Yeah.
Unlike us.
No, we did not grow out of it.
You're dressed like The Undertaker. You looks like you got all black on today.
No, I got some colorful pants. I was
Kuzma pants?
What'd you say? Kuzma pants?
Kuzma
Yeah,
pants?
they're Kuzma pants. They kind of look like Damien's sweatshirt a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, they're
my pants look like they look exactly. My pants look exactly like my sweatshirt. So.
Oh, you got a little onesie on.
I in fact do. I almost bought. It's not a one. I almost bought a. What are those things called? Jumpers?
Snuggie?
Romper?
It's not a romper. Just to be clear, it's not a romper.
A jumper.
It's not a snuggie either, bro.
It's
All right.
Jumpsuit.
Jumpsuit. That's what it was. It's too bad.
I used to have a jumpsuit. Sean John.
You can get these things tailored.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like I would be, but when I say it was baggy, I mean it was made to be clothes now they're made to be big.
I don't like that.
Yeah, not a fan.
Like all of these dudes walking around with big baggy pants on with like wide openings at the bottom. Like, what
Do you
are we
guys see
doing?
Donovan Mitchell sometimes on the sidelines now that he's been hanging out with the groin injury? I'm like, these outfits, someone needs to tell him that it's just too bunchy. There's no sleek line, and maybe that's the style, but it just isn't a good look. You're
And that's
professional athletes.
Tyrese. That's Tyrese's look. It's just this big, boxy, baggy look.
I don't like it at all.
Not a fan. You know, I was liking the slim era.
Yep. I mean, you're a professional athlete. You probably have body fat sub 6%. You should probably show that off a little bit. You know?
Well, what
Thirst
about
trap a little bit.
the boy Joel, who didn't play against the Kings the other day? And Joel came out at the end of the game in house shoes. I mean, come on. What are we doing?
I told you guys about my Joel Embiid story, right? When I interviewed him in 110-degree weather.
No,
you did not.
So
we tried to make this clear. Trista's got stories about everyone. Oh, that reminds me. Text Trysta about Dak.
Oh,
right.
goodness
Okay.
gracious.
JoJo story.
Group chat.
Yeah.
Put it in a group chat.
put it in the group chat. It'll have to be a voice memo that doesn't get saved. So so I interview him and it's super hot out. It's the middle of the summer. There's a bunch of stuff going on. I think that Steve Nash, interestingly enough, was hosting some Bleacher Report soccer thing down in like anywhere. So we had this event one-on-one, and he's trying to convince LeBron to come to Philly and trust the process. But it is like he's sweating through his white t-shirt. Like you can see all of Joel's body, you can see all of it. And I'm like, hey, Joel.
Is he just sitting there like he wasn't playing or anything? He just was sitting and just sweating.
No, he's just sweating. Yeah, he's just sitting there and sweating, pouring sweat through his white tee. And you can see, Joel's not like Joel has a lot of positives, but I wouldn't say like his pecs are his greatest strength.
Mm-hmm.
And so his pecs were more like moobs. And I was like, hey, do you want us to maybe just like do the shot from collarbone up? Because you're sweating through your shirt. And he goes, I love my body. And I go, okay. And he goes, I'll take my shirt off. We can do this whole interview with just, what are you trying to say about my body? And I was like, I'm not trying to say anything. You're just hot and we can see through your shirt. It's like very sweaty. It's not the best look. And then he started body rolling to Nice for What? That was when that song came out. I'm like, whatever, we'll just do the interview, Joel. And so it was a very adorable moment, but also like never forgetting it.
Was it Joel that said he used to like go catch lions when he was a kid?
Oh, that sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, that's how I started hearing the same thing. Yeah.
He said on a podcast, I used to go kill lions when I was younger. Like, I'm sorry, what? Why did you do this?
Cap.
Joel
and that.
Joel is everybody talking about Draymond and all this other stuff. I'm waiting for the time when Joel joins inside the NBA. Like that's the next Charles Barkley, is Joel Embiid.
Yeah, it's funny because if you think about like Arnold Schwarzenegger, for example, he was not supposed to be in the business as an actor because we couldn't understand what he was saying. And they took that thick Austrian accent and they turned that into like a comedic crutch. That could be Joel Embiid inside the NBA. He could be the Arnold of TNT. He could be a massive comedian.
Yeah, he'd be great on there.
So funny. He's so savage.
I wasn't trying to take a shot at Draymond. I think that's always overblown. Like, oh, Draymond's the next Charles. No, somebody said it.
Wait. You were in my Instagram when I said who is the most hateable person in the NBA. You, Kenny. You said Draymond.
No, I don't take it back. In that moment just now, though, I wasn't trying to take a shot at Draymond. But like I say, people always talk about Draymond will be the next Charles Barkley. Somebody said it perfectly. Draymond is too insecure to be the next Charles Barkley. Like he would never be the butt of a joke and like let it be the way Charles is.
That's
like,
facts.
Draymond would be like ready to curse somebody out over saying he's a triple single or something like that.
He's one of the most one-sided comedians, right? He can dish it, but he cannot take it. There's no self-deprecating jokes coming from Draymond.
Right.
Maybe that'll change.
Maybe.
Like, because he's like legitimately fighting for his candidacy to get into the Hall of Fame. Maybe if he finally gets that, he'll loosen up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe so.
Or not. Maybe he just remains insecure for the rest of his life. And I'd argue you'd be able to understand Joel better than you can understand Shaq on most nights.
It's true.
So it works. It works just fine.
Kenny, tell Charles, shut the hell up. He doesn't know anything that he's talking about when it comes to this championship talk. This is only for the champions. And Charles, you don't know nothing about that. You stop, Ernie. Ernie, no. Tell him to stop. You don't even know. Stop.
I never mind when you do that. You just always go on really long. Really long. You have any beef with the All-Star selections last night?
Oh, are you kidding me? I literally just made a video.
Yeah, she was going in.
Where is De'Aaron Fox? Where is Sabonis?
De'Aaron they were never going to show De'Aaron that kind of love.
Why is Zion on this list?
That's the question.
Yeah.
He had a great 29 games.
You've missed 20 games out of 49 games. We are only halfway through, and there is no Zion in sight. It's not like Zion just came back either from injury, and it's like, oh, well, he'll participate in the All-Star. He's not participating in the All-Star game. You think the Pelicans, the New Orleans Pelicans, are going to let my precious compete in the All-Star game when he hasn't even been playing any games this season?
Yeah.
No, what is this?
He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Not come back in 2 weeks. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks. So,
and we know what his return to conditioning looks like. Longer than normal.
I sure hope not. Jeez.
Oh, man.
Now,
I didn't even think about that.
I will say this though, Trysta, and I played devil's advocate in this situation because I was thinking about, what Marshawn say, they're chicken, they're bread. All right. I'm sure there's some all-star incentives in these contracts, whether it's with the NBA, whether it's with Jordan for Zion or any other endorsement he has. So if I'm the NBA, this is a situation where everybody could eat, right? We select Zion to the all-star team. He's not going to play, but he gets the selection. He gets his $500,000 extra or whatever for being all-star selection. You get a De'Aaron Fox in there as a replacement. He also gets whatever incentive that he gets for making the all-star team. We all know Zion's not playing. This is opportunity. Make sure he still gets, his recognition. He could put that on his resume. And the guy that replaces him, maybe a De'Aaron Fox, gets the same opportunity to put that on his resume.
You know what? I don't hate that. Like when Mike Conley got in.
Lifetime Achievement Award.
Lifetime Achievement Award for Mike Conley.
Here's the flaw in that. The media and players decided Zion should get in. It's not like the league went, oh, we got to put Zion in. Like the media in the league vote. Like
You're
the
right.
media who watched the game say Zion Williamson in his 29 games deserves to be an all-star over Domantas Sabonis.
Can I get a little philosophical with you guys for a second
Please.
about this? I think that's a testament to how the media members have just too much things to do. They clearly are not able to do the core part of their job, which is watch games. They just, and probably if I was to cover the NBA full-time only, I would be on the West Coast 100%. If you're living on the East Coast, you're a psycho if you're staying up to watch every West Coast game. And there's a lot of good Western Conference teams. Thankfully, Denver is 1 hour later in terms of the time zone, but it's rough watching Portland. And thank God I don't have to really worry about that too much except for to watch Dame, right? But if you're trying to watch the Sacramento Kings and you're late, they're late to the party anyway, right? They're not tuning in to D'Lo and Casey. They're not hearing us say take the Kings to win the division 66-1 on November 15th, 2022.
You said it.
So I mean, that's the date it was. And so they're not staying up till 1 a.m. to watch the Kings like us sickos.
Mhm.
Well,
So,
like me.
well, that's why you're the GOAT. But what if there was like, and maybe there is already some type of thing like this, but what if there was like some type of all-star committee within the media where you got 10 guys that are in the East Coast, 10 guys in the middle of the country, 10 guys on the West Coast. And, they can convene that way because you're right. Like there's the majority of everybody's on the East Coast. And if it's not the Lakers, they're not paying it. Lakers and the Warriors, they're not paying attention to what's going on. I mean, because so much is at stake with these guys. Like I said, there are money incentives for all-star selections. There's a lot at stake for this type of stuff. Same with like all NBA and all this other stuff. Maybe there should be a committee for these all-star instead of just this broad, the media votes on it. Like put a committee.
And I think there needs to be just more inclusion in who gets to vote, right? Like there are people who clearly aren't watching games. Because if you're watching games, you haven't seen Zion in a while, right?
Mhm.
Zion's not even on the top of my mind when it comes to all-star voting, outside of the fact that, like you said, he may have a pay incentive for that. But if you're a media member, you're not thinking about Zion's pay incentive. You're thinking about the last time you watched the Pelicans, and that might have been 20 games ago.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We settled on it was Domas, Markkanen, and AD likely get those front court spots, and then
Ja,
Dame, SGA, Dame
Mhm.
get 3 of the other 4 spots.
I think Dame and Ja were the guards. SGA's a wild card, and that leaves one more wild card.
Which, in our mind, and curious what you think, either goes to, following the Zion Williamson thing, Devin Booker, who won't play a game before coaches vote next week, or De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Fox.
The one wild card, stick with that term, is whether they do something with CJ or not.
McCollum?
Yeah, I agree with you, Trysta.
It's out there. It's not
I
my
mean,
vote.
and then who's gaining steam is Ant-Man. I saw you were in a
Okay,
conversation.
well, dead that. De'Aaron can dead that tomorrow.
I agree.
And dead it again on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't think Minnesota's been good enough or watchable enough, and they've been so injured. You just can't give that to Ant Edwards. And I know why you would.
I forgot a name. Paul George.
Hell,
Hasn't he missed a bunch of games too?
Yes.
We just got done having the conversation about Zion, though. They don't care, or someone doesn't care. Maybe coaches do. Maybe coaches care.
It's like, dude, have you guys been paying attention to like who's in and who? Let's just give one to Kawhi then too. Like he's playing games too.
Go check out with them Dunked On podcast guys. They had Kawhi getting in.
They don't care about Lauri Markkanen. They don't care about De'Aaron Fox because they don't love hoop anymore. They don't.
They don't. I said that earlier in the season, man. They don't really love hoop.
They don't love hoop anymore. It's sad.
35 games for Paul George.
Come on, man. It's not. Come on now.
23.5 point number. I'm pretty confident most of these numbers are less than De'Aaron.
I was about to say the numbers he ain't even got better numbers.
I don't think he does.
And if you look at clutch time, fourth quarter stats too, De'Aaron's been ridiculous.
But you know what? Who's got the better record?
Well, look at that. Would you look at that?
That's going to be Trista's gift for next week. She leans into the camera that way.
Are we talking about your Niners? Because I've done a little digging.
Let's get into that. Oh, real quick before we do, because this won't take long.
Yep.
What was the consensus on if what's his name? Zlatan is a bigger star than LeBron James? I say no.
So
that was a wild comment section, by the way.
On TikTok, it gets even crazier.
I went straight to the comments, like, what is going on in here?
On TikTok, that video got almost 700,000 views, and it was like 50-50 Zlatan versus LeBron. And I believe that the greatest lie on the internet right now, the most egregious lie happening, is that there are people who just simply claim they don't know who LeBron James is.
Yeah, come
Like
on.
people trying to tell me that we just can't have a conversation.
Come on, man.
Oh, she thinks America is the only place, or it's like, no, like Zlatan Ibrahimovic was a star in Europe, and that's fine. Soccer's a global game, and you love Zlatan. That's great. He's a larger than life figure, but we are talking about probably a top 3 most famous athlete in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's him, Ronaldo, and Messi. And that's it. That's, if you look at social media, that's what it is. And they're just lying about LeBron's social media numbers. They're just making things up about that they don't know who he is. Like, he's not an international actor as well. Like, he doesn't go to these countries for Nike. He's not the biggest Nike athlete that we've seen since Jordan. What are they talking about?
Makes no sense. Like, and I'm not, this is probably like, oh, the only things matter in America. I didn't know who Zlatan was till he came to the MLS. I did not know who he was. That doesn't mean he wasn't great or wasn't famous. I was probably clearly out of the loop. I'm not saying,
Right.
But I didn't know who he was till he came to the MLS. There's no way if LeBron goes to Spain, they're like, I didn't know who LeBron was until he came to the Spain league.
No,
Nobody's saying that.
if he went to like Barcelona, played for Barcelona, people wouldn't be like, who's this Lebron guy? No one would say that. He would not be able to walk around. Zlatan could walk around many places around the world and be completely anonymous. LeBron James can walk in like maybe Nepal and be anonymous, like where they don't have internet or cable and they just know that, hey, there's some 6'8" guy I've never seen before because I don't have access to technology.
I know who Zlatan is. I do.
He could walk from
through here right now. I wouldn't be like, yo.
He could walk from California to New York and no one would react to him.
Oh.
Why are soccer fans so insecure?
I don't understand.
They're like Draymond Green.
Yes.
That was unnecessary.
That was a shot.
I'm sorry, Draymond. That's not true.
The comment section, you're right, is wild.
Oh, wild. I was like, I've got to see what's going on here. This video is popping. What? Oh God, don't talk. And then you get mad. Don't talk to her that way. Scroll through all. Hey, you don't know nothing. Scrolling through all of these. Just absurd. What'd you dig up on the 49ers?
Yeah, what's up with the Niners? What's up?
All right, so initially,
also, real quick, are you good? Like you've never had to hold the mic like this before.
Yeah, so the stand is can't find it right now.
No.
So I brought it with me to Sacramento, maybe just in case I needed to record something, or LA. And I don't know where the actual stand is.
Buffalo.
Yeah, that was a
stand got put. Oh, we didn't ask you about the trip to Buffalo.
I think I mushed it. I think I mushed them. I was there. I said I was a part of Bill's Mafia. I did have Cincinnati +6. And that was that. That was that. First drive of the game, folks. And it was nothing but night. I don't know if you guys have ever been to Buffalo and seen a game. Probably not, right?
Been to Buffalo, haven't seen a game.
Impossible to get warm. Impossible to stay warm. I had heat warmers in my shoes. I had heat warmers in my gloves. I had one of those little buffs over my face. I had a beanie. I had a Canada Goose. I had thick jeans. Nope. Could not even stay at my seat. I had to go into the concourse. Can't get warm in the concourse. Their walls are open to the elements. They're just, it's like the wall in Game of Thrones. You're just right there. The snow's coming into the stadium.
That sounds miserable.
And I was like, yeah, you guys need to figure this out. You guys got a new stadium coming. We need to expedite the construction.
You stayed the whole game like that?
Well, yeah, I stayed the whole game like that. No. Well, I went into they had a little cafe, which was not really a cafe. And there was heat lamps above me, but it's still, I mean, you had people, very dumb people, just deciding they were going to open up the door to it instead of just go in through the open entrance. And I'm like, hey, there's like 5 feet away. You don't need to open up the cold into right below the heat lamp. They didn't care. They don't know. They're drunk. But I did get to see all of Buffalo. I think the sideline reporter, Sal Capaccio, I said this to someone. I said, I think he might be the most famous person I've ever been around. Like, I don't know. There was like, and I know people nationally famous, but he probably had 200 people come up to him.
Wow.
Like over and over and over.
Damian Barley
like-
at a Kings game.
It was like you guys. It was like you guys. But
Just-
he was less annoyed by it, you know?
Don't believe this woman.
Don't let her do us like that. Don't let her throw a ricochet for just for no reason at us.
They were coming to see you that night.
Yeah,
Let's be
absolutely were
real.
coming
They
to
were
see
coming
you.
to see you. Okay. For real this time.
Yeah.
What did you dig up on the 49ers?
what's up?
All right, so I don't know if you guys know this. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. You think about the 49ers run defense, and we know it's stout, right? We know that it's the best in the business. Since week 9, it's 6th, but overall for the season, it's 2nd, right? We know that. That's a thing we don't even need to contest.
Mhm.
But if you look at it, and I was talking to Kyle, so Kyle hit me up, and he said, "Hey, I think we're gonna lose this game." Not gonna. I mean, if he's in the waiting room,
That's a very Kyle thing to say.
yeah. And I said, listen though, since week 9, San Francisco not only has the 6th best rush defense, they also have the 2nd best pass defense in terms of DVOA. But more importantly, what I think is more interesting, they have the number 1 passing offense since week 9 in terms of DVOA, and the number 2 rush offense in the league, only to be outdone by the Eagles. But I don't think necessarily the Eagles are going to be able to run the ball like they do normally against, guys like Dre Greenlaw and like Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. They're coming. And I think the matchup actually favors y'all. And they talk about, San Francisco struggles against mobile quarterbacks. So I looked at some stats. 16 designed runs this year against the Niners. Quarterbacks only averaging 2.5 yards per carry and a negative EPA per rush. In those situations, 6 first downs and 6 tackles for a loss with a negative 0.25 EPA per rush. So you're going to be able to stop Jalen Hurts, I think.
I like that.
Tristan's doing the work for Pro Football Focus.
Tristan, I'm about to say, Tristan,
This is what they make me do. Do you know that this is what I have to do on like a day? You guys are like cotton candy for me. You guys are like, man, I love you. We can just do whatever. We can hang out. But they're like, Trysta, break down who the best receiver is really on this matchup. And you're like, oh my God. So it's George Kittle. George
Kittle's the best receiver. Edward AJ Brown?
In this matchup, I think George Kittle has the best matchup. Up against the Eagles linebackers, I think he's got the best matchup. You're going to have to go up against, Bradbury. You're going to have to go up against, real deal secondary, right? But and Darius Slay. But I think that George Kittle is going to be a monster.
I feel good.
So I feel
good about this.
Here's a Pro Football Trysta number I saw. The Eagles give up the least amount of yards after the catch when you go across the middle.
And that's a 49er staple right there.
So I'm
terms
thinking
of Yak.
Yeah, I'm thinking Debo, McCaffrey, and I guess
I actually think you're right. I think they're number 1 in allowing Yak, period. But Niners
period.
but Niners actually 4th best at that too.
Yeah. These two teams.
So Niners allow a ton of yards through the air, but not a lot of Yak at all. And really a lot of, short intermediate throws. I think the average is like 7.5 yards per attempt or something like that. So you'll give up a ton of yards, but obviously the scoring defense is there, but really you're turning up the volume in times of, high leverage situations. So I think this is a low scoring game. I think under 46.5 is firmly in play. And I think Christian McCaffrey's going to be able to run the ball because the one thing that the Eagles don't do well, especially since week 9, is they're 17th in the league, which is obviously bottom half in terms of run defense.
Yeah. One of the things that I saw, and I think the Eagles are good. Like I'm not here to be like, oh, they ain't played nobody. But when people talk about that defense and it's elite and all this other stuff, you go down the schedule, they haven't played any offenses that really do anything. There's a bunch of Texans and Commanders and Colts and Titans and Bears on there. The times they did play an offense that had some semblance of weapons, they gave up 33 to the Packers at the house. They gave up 40 to the Cowboys on the road. And those are really the only offense. You go back to week 1, they played the Lions. They gave up 35. But, I mean, that's really about it. You know what I mean? So I think this is the best offensive weapons they've played this year. They could shut the 49ers down, but I'm just saying we'll see exactly what's going on with that Eagles defense.
Well, and if you look at it too, I quote tweeted this from, I believe, either a Niners report. I think it was a Niners reporter. And if you look at the Saints, they only scored 10 points against the Saints, and they're the number 1 DVOA and number 1 opponent EPA per play. Everybody else who they've gone off against, you look at the Giants, they're 29th in DVOA. They're scoring 48th against the Giants again, 35th against the 30th ranked team, 32nd in Bears, right? So this is a huge step up in class for them defensively. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a lot closer than people expect. There are a lot of people, and me at first glance was like, well, how are the Niners going to be able to keep up with the Eagles? But I honestly don't think that's like a correct take. I think the more you dig into it, I think the Eagles are actually in upset alert.
24-20 49ers.
24-20. I think it's 17-10.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Who you got? I assume you got San Francisco.
Well, for you guys' sake, I'm going to take the Eagles fly, because every time, you know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah. No. I got you.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Bengals, Chiefs.
Yeah, this one's super interesting too, because you've got a ton of line movement. It's gone from Cincinnati plus 2.5, then they were 2.5 point favorites, and now they're 2-point dogs again. So that tells me that nobody really knows what's going on. You're going to get like those sharp bettors betting on both sides. And I think what you're going to see is like Jerick McKinnon, and you guys are obviously super familiar with him. He's going to be in pass blocking, I would say, pretty much the entire time. So they're not going to run the ball at all. I think they're going to have to protect Pat Mahomes as much as they can. He's going to have to get the ball out quick. I expect a huge game for Travis Kelce. I played a parlay. It's 9 receptions, 95 or more yards, and 1 or more touchdowns. That's plus 400. If you think he gets 2 touchdowns, which I don't necessarily think is, I mean, he's obviously right for it. He got it last week. That's plus 1,000, 10-1 odds. But yeah, I think this is a scenario where Kansas City's defense is underrated since week 9. Their secondary has been good. But listen, like, we see what they did to Chris Jones last time they played. They double teamed him when they were in Kansas City territory. They single teamed him, went one-on-one with them. And then Joe Burrow just knew he had to hit screen passes, dump offs, all that, get the ball out quick before Chris Jones could even get on that ass. So that's what I think is going to happen again.
Before Chris Jones could even get on that ass. Trysta Krick. Bet MGM.
I know I gave you guys the real stuff today.
I know. It's almost weird. It's
I was taking notes.
This is what
DVOA.
This is what Trysta.
She's got a brainer. She's got a brainer.
All right, you got to get to work. We appreciate you so much.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Have you heard back from our friend from Public House?
The Terror.
Who?
The
guy
Terror.
from Colombia.
The Mafia.
Oh, yes. He hit me just the other day. Yeah, he hit me just the other day, and he doesn't think LeBron James is a legit D1 prospect. That was the only thing he had to say. He said LeBron James is going to be
so the drug lord's hitting you with sports takes.
Yep.
All right.
He follows me actually on Instagram. You can see him. I think it's like JC Miami.
No, I'm a broadcast journalist.
I mean, you can just watch. You can just view it.
Earning a paycheck. That's
just trying to go home, live my life, keep my life.
That's it.
Also, I like your sweatshirt. I don't want to make it sound like, I didn't like the diamond jacket. I didn't. I loved it.
Oh, you love the diamond jacket?
I loved the diamond jacket. Yeah, I did.
I'm glad.
It was a good look.
Thank
you guys for FaceTiming me. I had to go to Buffalo, so I couldn't answer your call. I saw it the next day, and I was like, oh, they were going to show me.
I thought it was funny.
We got so far without one of these. We got so far.
Because I was thinking the same thing. We were FaceTiming Trysta at 1 a.m. her time.
Yep.
Show her the beam.
To show her the beams.
And as soon as I hit FaceTime, I told Kenny, I was like, I didn't even text her to warn her that we're doing, like, you don't just FaceTime people just out of nowhere. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I forgot you. Kenny was the one who remembered. I completely forgot you.
Like, dude, it's 1 a.m. She's probably in bed.
Well, I didn't think that, because every time the Kings game ends, you're always tweeting about the Kings. I knew you were
watching
up.
the game, but then I was like,
yeah, I knew you were up.
Going to Buffalo?
That was like, oh, she's partying with Bill's Mafia. So
yeah. Well, you guys are the best. Go Niners for now.
Yep.
No, actually, I'm lying. Fly equals fly.
Fly
equals fly.
Eagles fly.
Go bump some Meek Mill.
Oh, you know it. You know what? Dreams and nightmares from now until oblivion.
I haven't been able to play it all week. I'm having withdrawals. I'm definitely playing it next
By the way, you guys didn't smack us.
Oh, yeah. We smacked them boys.
No, you didn't.
Smacked them boys around, Trysta.
You didn't smack us. Dak threw 2 errant picks.
You could have won by 1, and Dak
Turpin
could have given you a safety in 1-by-1. Kenny would have said that the 49ers.
It's true. It's true.
Smack them boys.
He said smack them. I said, what this
live betting. I had Niners minus 25. I hit.
Ugh. Well, fly, Eagles, fly. That's what it is to be a good friend. You know what I'm saying?
You are a great
no doubt.
friend.
Great friend. Yes, indeed.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
All right. Thanks, Trysta. Trysta Krick, Bet MGM tonight. Want to get Kyle on the phone?
He's here now.
Oh,
hey Kyle.
How long has he been here?
I just called him right now.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, has Kyle been waiting here since 2:20? That'd be wild. Kyle Madson, 95.7 The Game, and Candlestick Chronicles and Niners Wire. Hi, Kyle.
Hey guys, yeah, I was on the phone long enough to hear Cowboys fan Trysta Krick say "Fly Eagles Fly."
No, that's crazy. She was showing love, though. She was showing love. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. I'm just making sure we didn't have to box.
She's doing a little reverse psychology. But from what we hear, you're not feeling great about this game on Sunday.
Yeah, Eagles fan Kyle Madson.
Yeah, big Eagles guy. Day one with Jalen Hurts. No, I've had. Well, Trysta did some convincing for me the other way this morning, and Chris Biederman, talking to him on our podcast on Candlestick Chronicles last night, brought up a couple like intangible things. Like Trysta brought the numbers, Chris brought the intangible stuff, like the coaching advantage the 49ers are very likely to have. And the vibe I've gotten from the Eagles, like when they beat the Giants, they thumped the Giants 38-7. And you watch the way Nick Sirianni is acting on the sideline. I get he's an eccentric guy, but you watch the way he's acting on the sideline, and they're in the locker room. You would have thought they won the Super Bowl. And the 49ers, from what I heard from Chris and guys in the locker room, is very much like, hey, just won a Week 20 game, like on to Week 21. Yeah. And that to me, like intangibly, I think might wind up mattering, where the Niners come out and have a chance to punch the Eagles in the mouth and kind of bring an energy and a play style that the Eagles just weren't necessarily ready for. And the other thing is, the Eagles didn't practice Wednesday. They did like a walkthrough, and then Thursday rested a bunch of their key guys. And I don't know. It feels like they're overlooking a team that's won 12 in a row. And so, I picked the Eagles because that's kind of what my gut reaction was at the beginning of the week. But man, over the last 4 or 5 days, it's been
Bro, what are you doing right now?
I'm standing on the side of the road. I'm about to get a tattoo. And so I left the tattoo shop and I went outside. I'm moving away from the road because a motorcycle went by, and I don't want that to happen again. I'm sorry, guys.
This is some good stuff, man. This is some good stuff. But look,
is it?
I will say this though, Kyle. I will say this about this guy.
Kyle's getting a Super Bowl tattoo today.
49ers 2023 Super Bowl champs.
I'm going viral on the internet. get a bad tattoo for clout.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Matter of fact, maybe you do an Eagles one to make sure the Niners win. There you go. There you go. Now we're thinking sacrifice.
Okay.
Sacrifice. When you talk about the Eagles and the 49ers, I think the Eagles are a hell of a team. But you brought up something that I was kind of thinking about myself. The Eagles, and you laid it out, and Chris laid it out beautifully. The Eagles haven't been here before. The Eagles franchise has. These guys have not. And when you talk about the 49ers, aside from Brock Purdy, which is pretty important because he's the quarterback, but these guys are battle tested. They've been on this stage. They've been this one, like I always talk about with Floyd Mayweather. I used to always talk about it with his fights. Like he would get people, sign up for a fight. We're gonna do this and this. And I've been in big fights before, and then they would get out in the tunnel for a Floyd Mayweather fight, and them lights were a little brighter than they were used to, and the crowd was a little fuller than they're used to, and they weren't ready to always meet the moment. And hearing you guys talk about the Eagles a little bit, I'm starting to get those kind of vibes.
Yeah, it feels that way. Like they're a year early kind of thing. But I think that's more of a like NBA thing than an NFL thing. Like they're so look, the reason I was picking the Eagles is because there's two things they do better than I think any team in the league. They rush the passer from the interior. They have 4 guys with 10 or more sacks, which is unbelievable. They had 70 sacks as a team this year. And the interior of the Niners offensive line has struggled at times this year, and particularly in the divisional round against Dallas. And then you flip to the other side of the ball, and the Niners defense is really good, but man, they've really struggled defending the deep ball. You look at the couple of deep touchdowns that the Raiders got. You look at the one the Cardinals got with AJ Green. The Seahawks got one in the first playoff game. They had the deep 46-yarder that they gave up to CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys. And Jalen Hurts is the best deep ball thrower in the league right now, at least in terms of completing those throws 20-plus yards down the field. I think he has 11 touchdowns and 3 picks. Like that is a major part of their game. And then you look at who they're lining up a receiver. Devontae Smith is awesome. A.J. Brown killed the 49ers last year on that Thursday night game in Tennessee. And that was Ryan Tannehill, who's half the player Jalen Hurts is. So, there's definitely reasons for concern. But then you bring up, everybody's worried about the lights with the 49ers. I think that's kind of being overblown because you're absolutely right. Like the Eagles are the team that hasn't been there. And I think that's gonna play itself out a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me if the Niners get off to a hotter start than you think.
Do you think it's a low scoring game?
Yeah, I do. Like these defenses are just too good. Like the offenses might figure it out here and there, and you might see a big play here and there, but I don't think we see both teams, up in the 25, 30 point range.
I heard a really compelling question. At least I thought it was last night. I want to ask both of you guys this because people are talking about Brock Purdy and Philly. They're like, oh, there ain't no way Brock Purdy. Nice little story, but ain't no way Brock Purdy coming into the link and doing this and that and this and that and this and that. And the question was, who do you think the Eagles would rather face? Jimmy Garoppolo healthy or Brock Purdy?
Oh, that's interesting. It would have to be Jimmy, right? Because if this game's going to come down to a turnover, Jimmy Garoppolo has been more turnover prone in his career than Purdy has.
Yeah, he's going to give you one. And the argument was always, the argument from one of the guys at least was, exactly what you're getting with Jimmy. Like he is as cut and dry as it gets. Everything that you need to know. He's not really going to explode on you, nothing like that. You know everything about him. There is an element of you don't know what Brock Purdy is. You don't know. He threw for 330 or something against the Seahawks. He may have that game. He may have the game he had against Dallas, which I thought wasn't that bad. You don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing is like his worst game was last week against Dallas, and it wasn't terrible. He wasn't good. He wasn't like awesome by any stretch, but it was also not a disaster. And with this team, it's like, can you avoid disaster at quarterback? When the answer's been yes, they've been pretty effective at winning games. So that's kind of, I'm not buying into the idea because one of the things I've admired a lot about Brock Purdy is the fact that he's not flappable. Like that poise that you hear with him, like that's very real. And he's had points where he struggled this year and then come back and played really, really well. That his first road game was a Thursday night game where he's hurt, didn't practice all week, and then goes in to face the Seahawks with the division title on the line, or with a chance to win the division, I should say. The division title wasn't necessarily on the line, but a chance to win the division. He was not very good early in that game, but then picked it up and figured out how to get the 49ers to a W. And that kind of stuff matters. And does he do it over the next 5 years? I don't know. And frankly, I don't really care. Can he do it on Sunday? And so far, the answer is yes, because the only reason I have to think not is speculation. It's guessing. It's going like, well, this doesn't make sense. So eventually, like, he's going to hit a wall and he's going to do it at the link. Like, none of this has ever made sense. Him coming in against the Dolphins and beating them didn't make sense. Beating the Bucs the way he did, nothing about Brock Purdy makes any sense. So the idea that he could go in to Lincoln Financial Field or whatever the heck it's called and win is not like, does it make sense? No, but nothing Brock Purdy has done makes sense. So I'm taking that off the table because, I mean, we shouldn't even be here. So.
What are we doing today, Kyle? Disney or Harry Potter?
No, so I have a friend who is apprenticing at this tattoo shop that I go to. And so it's a free of charge tattoo where she's just kind of, she still gets a tip, but she's basically learning how to tattoo. So I have a spot that I need covered up. It's a candle burning at both ends, which I feel like is just kind of how I live my life. And it's a really fun design. So I'm gonna rock with that because it's something she's comfortable with.
Very good. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm such a nice guy. I'm so nice.
You're using you're allowing your body to be a practice canvas. That's spectacular.
Yeah, it's up under. It's gonna suck. It's up like it's like on the tricep, but towards the armpit. Oof. It's a really sensitive spot. It's gonna hurt a lot.
Oh,
but you know,
fun. Okay.
Like I said,
jeez. Well, all right.
It's gonna look tight. Check my Twitter for pics.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you as always.
Thanks,
Take care,
no
Kyle.
doubt.
All right, Kyle Madson. We got a break. James Ham's coming up. We're far from done. Much more ahead here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh,
I love that hour.
this has been one of the best shows we've ever done.
I can't lie. The final hour is always tough after that hour we have. Yeah, you run that.
This is one of the top shows we've ever done.
I feel like we run that hour we just did, but
Yeah.
I got you. Bobby, we're not going to do Max. No room. So Bobby, so what did we say? Bobby, James, and what? Oh, Trysta. Okay, got you. All right. You got to get up?
You can go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll get the next one.
Yeah, the next one's in like 5 minutes anyway. Right? We've got 58. 58. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they came in handling business.
Yeah, Bobby and Max were great.
Yeah. What you guys got going on this weekend, huh? Chatty House, what you guys got going on? The hell y'all got going on? Casey, are you going to any bars for the game or staying home? I'm staying home. Got a little 2-month-old that I'm gonna watch until game time happens. And I think I talked about this last week. Last year, I watched the wild card game, actually week 18 wild card game and divisional round at home. They won. Then I left and went to my mom's house for the NFC Championship game. They lost. So I don't think any of that matters. I don't think it has any kind of bearing on the outcome, but just in case, I'm going to stay at home. Just in case.
You see, they've been calling Arrowhead Burrowhead this week.
I did see that.
I think I'm rolling with the Chiefs. I feel like there's a lot of talk coming from the Bengals.
The Bengals feel good. The Bengals feel real good. They didn't win 3 in a row against the boys. Man.
Yeah, Chris Jones for the Chiefs said at his press conference today, like when he was done, he's like, we'll see you at Burrowhead. So they heard it.
I'm going with the Bengals, man. I'm going with the Bengals. They got a little Memphis Grizzlies to them, but I'm going for the Bengals. Let's see. Hard to start. Going to be in studio watching the games. In what studio, man? Where you at? Who are you? Where you gonna be at, man? Let's see. Taking the kids to the Exploratorium in San Francisco. That's gonna be awesome. That's some good stuff. Coaching girls softball, hosting Niner game. There we go. Lighting beams at the house for Sunday's game. Yes, sir. Rumble tomorrow, Niners on Sunday. This is a hell of a weekend, man. It's a hell of a weekend. No, it's not happening. Like I said, and I don't think it's gonna happen with Reese. I don't think Reese is gonna like either one of the teams. But I already said you didn't already kept him away from the Niners. There's nothing I can do about that. Ryan is mine. All right, Ryan is mine. I'm gonna put this in her damn closet. She's a Niners fan. Ryan's mine. Ain't happening, Dr. David. Lazy says he's watching the games alone. I hate watching with casuals.
Damn casuals.
Super Bowl low key gets annoying. That's what I was gonna say though. If this keeps up and they make the Super Bowl, I would love to go to like a Super Bowl party or something like that. But yeah, man, I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
You would only be able to watch it with like Niner fans, the Super Bowl, huh? Like you
Yeah.
couldn't mix it.
I think I'd be at the house. Oh, now that you mention it, my guy. Yeah, hell yeah. I met you at Daryl Roberts spot that one time too. Yeah, that's okay. I see you now. Yeah, and you said hard to start, and I was like, why does that sound familiar? Hell yeah, man. Hey, anytime, man. Anytime you need something from us, man, let us know, man. It's all good. It's all good. Yes, indeed.
Did you see the Blazers offer Jerami Grant that money?
I did.
Boy, tell me what to do. James Ham going to join us just a couple minutes, actually. Top of the hour, Hammer will be with us. Talk Kings basketball with him. I'll probably talk a little bit about the NFC Championship as well. Jerami Grant was offered his extension from the Portland Trailblazers. 4-year, 112 max extension.
Wow.
He can receive a deal as large as 5 years, $233 million during free agency. It's that old Domas situation they got there.
Yeah, and that's the move to make if you're Portland. It's a move to make. It's a good piece.
It's kind of a formality, though. Like to offer him the extension, that's a formality. I mean, assuming they want it, like it's their attempt to keep him.
So I didn't even catch that. So he's in the same situation as Domas.
Yeah,
it makes
he's probably
no
not going to
sense
accept
to
it.
sign it.
Yeah.
And does he have another year next year?
No, I don't think so.
He's just
this is it, right?
They offer the extension right now. He's not going to sign it. He's going to go into free agency more than likely.
Make more money.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Man, that was a big upgrade. Let's say 200. What did I say? 5 years, 233. Lord,
that's what they offered him.
No. They can offer him 4 years, 112.
Oh, okay.
He can get 5, 233 in free agency.
Jeez.
Now,
gracious.
Now, I need to change my wording. That's bad broadcast journalism. He's eligible to get 5 years, $233 million. Can he get 5 years, $233 million? Can you give that amount of money to Jerami Grant? Playing well this year.
He is. That's a little too rich for my blood, though.
Really?
Yeah, it's a little too rich. Like he's a good ball
I mean, you
player.
really did get him for nothing.
Those 200 million guys. I think that type of money is reserved for.
But it's not.
It's
not reserved for those guys.
Who's got 200 million right now?
Steph, Harden.
It's not reserved. I understand, like literally, it's not reserved.
Right.
But if I'm gonna, as an owner or a GM, if I'm
That's
gonna
what
give
you
it,
would do.
Yeah,
Okay.
I reserve that for guys that I think are franchise guys.
Okay.
But if you're the Blazers, I mean, if you're the Blazers, you have a guy that fits great with your superstar, Dame Lillard. Is a great complimentary guy. He's right there with you. The alternative is let him walk, and then what?
Well,
then what are you doing?
Well, there is another alternative. The trade deadline.
Yeah.
James was so excited about that Jerami Grant story. He joined us early. We're just going to bring James in now.
I didn't even see the Jerami Grant story.
Well, they offered him. Portland offered him the extension that the 4 year. They can offer him 4. What I just said, 4 years, 112, 113, something like that. But in free agency, he's eligible for 5 and 233. That is a significant difference to where I got to imagine Jerami Grant has no interest in signing this contract extension. But then that opens up, what does Portland do? Does Portland, you extended him or you offer the extension? He says no. You've got a trade deadline coming up in 13 days. Do you risk losing him? It's the Harrison Barnes, Domantas Sabonis. It's that situation. Not necessarily Harrison, more Domas. It's that situation because of the contract that he signed. He can only sign for a certain extension or certain max extension.
Yeah, but like, is anyone else confused? I mean, like, Jerami Grant is good, but I mean, he's almost 29. Like, what are we talking about?
That's the conversation. He's eligible for $233 million.
Yeah.
But can he get $233 million?
Yeah, you and I are also eligible for 230. No, we're not, but like that doesn't.
I'm gonna go talk to Aaron. I bet. Hey, he's right there. I'm 233.
233. 233.
Y'all think I'm playing 233, fam?
Yeah, like
guys, Brad, Giannis, Steph, Trey, Luka, Zach LaVine, Russell Westbrook, the Rudy Gobert.
Wow, I was just about to say
Harden's not 200 plus.
I feel like he should be.
I don't have it on Spot Track.
Yeah, I guess
I
not.
don't think I'm doing a 4-120 or a 4-112, whatever it is.
Really?
I'd give him 4-112.
I'd do that.
Maybe. Like I don't know. That's a tough one. Like, I mean, that's going to be part of the calculus. Like, what do you do if you're the Kings? Who is it that you go after? Like, if you trade for a player, how much are they expecting? So we always talk about a guy like PJ Washington, right? Mm-hmm. And like, everyone, go get PJ. He's a restricted free agent. You can match any offer. Okay, well, PJ at like 4.5 million is one thing. PJ at like 17 million is a whole nother thing. So you have to manage your cap the right way. It's part of the brilliance of like Kevin Huerter, right? So you trade for Kevin Huerter, and he's locked into a 4-year, $65 million deal, and it's a good deal. It's a good deal for his quality of play. It's not a discount. It's not like, it's fair. It's fair for everyone involved, right? Yeah. So like, that's the problem though. If you go out and you get a guy like Jerami Grant, like, I mean, can you guarantee that he's going to be good for the next 5 years, like, or the next 4 years? And not only that, but like, when is Jerami Grant, like, in reality, when has he ever put up numbers on a good team? Because that Portland team, they ain't good.
He did in Denver.
He was really good in OKC too. He wasn't putting up those big numbers, but I'd argue he was good.
I don't think that he was bad, but you're talking about a 24-year-old, who's putting up 13.6. Like, and you talk about Denver.
Like, it was a different role that he was in OKC. That was the Carmelo years.
Well, that and Denver as well, where he put up 12 points a game, right? In like 26 and a half minutes. So, like, I get it. You can say that those roles are different, but like 120 or 112 million dollar player, whatever it is, or a player that wants more than that. Like, I kind of want to see that they've scored 20 on a team that's not the Detroit Pistons or a Portland Trailblazers team that's 3 or 4 wins under 500.
I get that.
Like if he's a 12 or 13 point per game guy, he ain't worth no $100 million.
Yeah, I get it. So let me ask you this, James. What do you do if you're Portland? Would you trade him?
No, I think he wants to stay there. Like that's what it's always been kind of out there, that that's kind of where he wanted to make his home.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll just get into negotiations this summer and like, what is it that you're going to have to pay for him? But again, if you're Portland, what do you do? Because like you got Damian Lillard, who's aging. You got Nurkic, who's aging. Then you have a younger group in Simons and Shaedon Sharp. Like you're kind of caught in the middle. And at the same time, you've got a dude who's averaging like 27 or 28 or 29 points a game in Lillard, and a guy like Grant who's averaging 20 plus, and you're not good. You know, so yeah.
I'm sorry to do this to James. I'm sorry to do this to everybody listening. We had a lot of fun the last hour. Someone say we had a little too much fun. We've got to take another break. We've got to take this quick commercial break, folks. Don't you dare go anywhere. We're going to knock this out. We're going to come back. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk NBA basketball. We'll even talk a little of the NFC Championship with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Don't you dare go anywhere, folks. It's ESPN 1320.
The funny part is I didn't even know we were on the radio. I almost asked it one time, like, shouldn't we save this for the radio?
No, it's on the radio, James.
My bad, yo.
Awesome.
Sorry, Jerami Grant.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Yep, sorry, Jeremy. Do you want to do, or are you free to do a couple of shows with me next week? Thursday and Friday? Or Thursday or Friday, whatever you're available for.
Okay.
It's Kings and Pacers on Friday.
Thursday's a happy hour, so
okay.
I can do it. Yeah.
We could do them both from home. So you don't
that's
have
fine.
to,
yeah, either way, we'll figure something out. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can help out.
It'll be me and you. And Thursdays and Fridays have a lot of guests too, so whatever you're available for would be good.
I definitely like Jerami Grant, and I think he would actually help the Kings. Like I said, like this last summer, like it was actually before they traded for Sabonis. I kept saying, like, look, if Jerami Grant is your answer, that's not enough. You know, but at this point, you know, you have Domas, you have Keegan who's developing, you have Herter, you've got Monk. Like, yeah, give me Jerami Grant, that's fine. But again, like it's kind of an interesting, like, who do you give the money to? How do you tell a guy like Harrison Barnes, who's played well and who, you know, hasn't put up 20 a game, but who has held down the position for a long time, who's literally like a year older, maybe a year and a couple of months older than Jerami Grant, that you're going to not only trade for Jerami Grant, but you're going to give him a $112 million extension. When we're looking at more for Harrison Barnes, like, I mean, Harrison could get like a 4-year 55, but that still seems a little high for me. I mean, like for me, like Harrison, yeah, because you're looking at 31, 32, 33. Like I would prefer Harrison Barnes on like a 3-year 45 to 48 and have a declining scale. So, you know, again, first year is 16, 15, and 14 to get to your 45. So something like that. The salary cap is going to go through the roof. That's very true, but that doesn't mean that you don't make wise decisions right now for the 2 years before the salary cap goes way up.
I forgot Harden had signed that extension with or not that extension. I forgot he had signed that 2-year contract with Philadelphia. I thought he was still on his old one.
David, that's a good question. Does HB want to stay? Excuse me. Like, I think he would be more apt to stay now than he would have been at the beginning of the year. And with Monty and Wes getting their extensions, yeah, I think it
I'm a huge fan of Reese's.
interesting.
It's kind of coming out of nowhere.
I love awful announcing. They just tweeted actually they retweeted a video on January 24th, 2023. Colin Cowherd said Aaron Rodgers is a great fit for the Jets. 3 days later, Aaron Rodgers is a terrible fit for the Jets.
Come on.
Some people shouldn't be allowed on Twitter.
Unbelievable.
Some people shouldn't have radio shows.
Some people shouldn't
Or TV shows.
$1 a year.
Yeah.
I look like putting my feet on Charlie Murphy's couch or Eddie Murphy's couch.
Yeah, put my feet on his couch. Did you watch the Chappelle show, Hammer?
No.
Oh, never mind.
I mean, I know Dave Chappelle and I've seen some stuff.
All right, we got that out of the way.
Now we can rock.
And we're back
I
here.
just want to rock. What you know about it? You don't know about that? That's a smash right now. That's a smash right now. I just want to rock. Jesse knows.
This dude don't know who he talking to sometimes, man. I swear for everything, this dude don't know who he
about
talking
that
to
little-
sometimes.
The song is hot out right now, but I don't get it though.
No, it's very weird. It's like a minute and a half. It's not very long. He says 7 words.
It's like a commercial jingle. And then it's over. Ham, you know what we're talking about, don't you?
Nope.
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 Favorite Lil Uzi Vert song.
Your top 3 Lil Uzi Vert songs. Favorite Lil Uzi Vert songs.
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Well, James will probably wind up at his concert at some point, so it'll be fun.
I did see the Prince episode of the Chappelle show, the game blouses.
Okay,
Yeah.
just for the record, that didn't come out of nowhere. We were talking about that during the commercial break. So for those who are just tuning in, that remark didn't come out anywhere. Yeah, the basketball episode is classic. It came back to life with one of De'Aaron, with that like dunk where De'Aaron was
on Utah,
just like hanging in the air and brought the ball down and back up, and he had the game blouses look on his face as he stayed up there for a little bit. Official and proper introduction, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, kind enough to join us here on this go home hour of the show. We'll start with Kings stuff. Obviously, they head out on this 7-game road trip beginning in Minnesota. 7 games, 14 days, I think, beginning in Minnesota tomorrow night. And lots of conversation about all-star starters and all-star voting. We're all pretty confident Domas is getting in, even though most of us believe he should have been a starter. But man, given that Zion got the nod, it's all going to be a question of whether the coaches go for Devin Booker's 29 games or not, or De'Aaron Fox's 40 plus.
Yeah, it's weird. Like when you really break it down and you look at all the games missed, and it's not only games missed, but it's like minutes played, right? So I think that's something that we've heard a lot of this year where, Domas has played, I think it's 600 or 700 minutes more this year than Zion. Like it's not even close. And Zion is exciting and he's fun. But Domas is an MVP candidate and Zion just isn't. Like you can't play 60 games a year or 55 games a year or take a season off and still be in that conversation. So I like the fan voting thing. To me, it's always a joke. We always have these players that don't have any business being in the top 10. I mean, I think Austin Reeves still finished in the top 10. Like there's a bunch of players who finished that they shouldn't have been really even considered. But I also think player voting is a complete joke. Like some of these players just, they're so disrespectful to the process. And we're seeing, like not to be like Matthew Dellavedova shouldn't get an All-Star nominee from the players. And I think he had 2. And that's, that's just, it speaks to like a very disrespectful process. And I want the guys who make the All-Star team to be representative of the best in the league. And, if you look at the cumulative between the fan voting, the player voting, and the media voting, both Fox and Sabonis should be in. They're both They're both number 6 in their respective field. I guess Fox would be like a question mark whether he gets in or not, because it's whether you took 2 guards as your bonus players. But they're both in the top 12 basically, and so realistically, it's going to be tough for both Kings players to get in because Sabonis wasn't voted in. I think it would have been easier for Fox to get in if Sabonis was a starter than if he's not. But who knows? Like, we're gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen. Like, if they don't get either one of them in, like, that's just the biggest travesty of all time. I mean, Sabonis is like literally like the 3rd most impactful player in the NBA this season. Like, what his numbers, what he's doing on the court is incredible. Win shares does actually matter. Like, it's a category that you should look at when you're looking at All-Star potential or MVP potential. And the guy is just incredible what he's been able to do this season.
Yeah. So James, you talked about how, we all, and I agree with you, the fan voting is a mess sometimes. And even the player voting is a mess. From your experiences, are the coaches at the least taking it like seriously and giving it real thought, or are they just as bad as the players?
No, I think the coaches do take it serious. I mean, because these are the guys that game plan for the player that's going to, like if you've played Sabonis this year, how good, number 1, Sabonis is, but number 2, how good the Kings are. Like, there's no question. Like, you come out of the game going, okay, that was a tough fought battle. That's not your last 16 year Sacramento Kings team. So I think the coaches will take it a little more serious. I've heard that, like, on occasion you'll have a coach who hands it off to like an assistant coach to do. You'll have, I think it's possible that players have like locker room attendants fill out stuff. Like, there's been rumors of just some like shenanigans and stuff, but the coaches you would think would have a stricter process when it comes to it. And then on top of that, I think if there's an injury, doesn't that go directly to Adam Silver? Doesn't he make that decision?
Yes.
And then Adam Silver usually, historically, goes right off of the main list. Like, he goes, well, he was the next in line. So I still think that there's going to be a couple of all-star
Austin Reeves, come on down.
Yeah.
Congratulations, buddy.
That would be wild.
I don't think
if he went off the list like that.
So Adam selects the replacement, and I believe the coach, if it's assuming Zion doesn't play, Adam selects the replacement, the coach selects the starter.
Yeah. And then you'd have the situation too where we don't know if like, there's a couple of players. Luka rolled his ankle, but looks like he's going to be more day to day than anything else. But Zion, if Booker makes it, will Booker play? If Anthony Davis makes it, will Anthony Davis be healthy that week or be out for 3 weeks like he keeps doing to my fantasy basketball team? Yeah, I mean, you just don't know like whether they'll be available to play or not.
Man, it's next Thursday. Guess we put all this to bed.
I think they both make it though, man. I do.
I hope
they
so.
both get there.
I think it'd be fun if they both make it. I mean, the Kings, they deserve a little pat on the back for what's happening. And it's not like Fox. Fox has been a fringe all-star for a couple of years. It's not like he's coming out of nowhere and no one knew who he was before, and all of a sudden he's Lauri Markkanen and this thing, and like decided to become a basketball player at 25. Like, Fox has been really, really good for a couple of years. Was it 2 years ago? He averaged 25 a game. So you're kind of wondering what's going to happen. But, like, at the same time, I don't expect anything because as someone who's covered the team for a long time, like, DeMarcus Cousins deserved to be in the All-Star game at least a year before he made it, and probably 2. He was that good, but that's a whole nother story too. Like, there's other things that go into being an all-star and being representative of not only your city but the league at a major event like that.
Well, the timing of the Slam magazine can't hurt.
Right.
I mean, as you know, I know Max told us that hits your newsstand next week. It's like that's right when votes are being cast by the coaches, and that magazine is out there for everyone to see.
The more I think about this thing, the more I think Adele's boo was out here. He been working. I feel like he been working.
And Rich Paul was working
because my man Max was like, I don't know, we just got a call.
You called that man. You called that man Adele's boo.
Well, that's Adele's boo.
Well, that's Rich Paul.
Oh, he's Rich Paul too, but he's Adele's boo.
All right.
He's Rich Paul. I like Rich Paul, but you know,
I haven't heard you call Tom Brady Giselle's boo.
Well, that's because he's not
saying.
He's about to be Las Vegas's boo here pretty soon. Some wild cell phone videos of Tom Brady next season. Tom Brady out here getting over his marriage like Morris Chestnut was in The Best Man final chapter.
Getting over his marriage or relationship like Nia Long is.
Oh,
Nia
my.
Long out here living life.
Hey,
go ahead, Nia, do what you do.
I ain't even mad at him.
Yeah. But no, I don't know. I feel like, you know, we're seeing a little bit of the Clutch Sports influence with De'Aaron and, you know, some of the national exposure going on here with the Slam magazine, and Taylor Rooks was out here and had a segment on TNT. So I think maybe those things might be helping for this all-star push, maybe for De'Aaron and Sabonis. Well, Sabonis not with Clutch, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I would really like it if the league would help out and just maybe put the game on TNT.
Don't be ridiculous.
Maybe. Yeah, or require that, you know, that the local station actually puts a game on when it's supposed to.
That'd be good too.
Wow.
That'd be good too. Is that a league called not
crazy.
not the NBC shade there at the end, which I applaud because I know many fans are really frustrated. But is that a league call or a network call? Do you know?
Oh, that's a league call. Like the league decides who does. Oh,
obviously
okay.
they do initially, but when they switched out the Rockets and the Kings, was that the league that said, "Hey, get the Rockets and the Kings off and put on"? I think it was Suns Denver or something like that. Nice little 30-point blowout.
I'd have to look at my like who sends me the emails, but I'm almost positive they all come directly from the NBA. They manage the master schedule and who goes up and who goes down.
Sure.
They control a lot of the pulse of what's happening. And the good thing would be if that happened, then I wouldn't get a bunch of tweets about the game not being on. So
there was one particular tweet I found funny. You wrote, "Keep in mind, I don't work there anymore. Please save your
vitriol
for someone else." And then someone replied, "Wait, where do you work then?" James Ham is not a guest of NBC Sports. James Ham is with us. They just get all this. Hey, James, he's covering the Kings. Of course he works for NBC. No, he stopped doing that a year ago.
You never know. You never know. You know, you could be a new show to somebody that didn't even know you existed. New station, everything. Never know.
I don't know. I was just trying to help out, and then that was a bad idea. I still have people sending me zip codes to my Twitter handle. Like,
well, you thank your friends at NBC for that, right? Because didn't they say, "Hey, where's the problem?" And you tweeted that.
I literally got a response back to a text. Well, someone in the area's parents are watching the game and they're not having any problems. Can you ask for zip codes? And I'm like, I'll ask for zip codes, but I am not sending you zip codes. You guys have to go to my Twitter feed and actually pull the zip codes yourself. And that's kind of what happened. Yeah. 95814. Thanks, Warren Smith.
Yeah, this was
getting zip codes.
This was Monday. Just send us your zip code and James will go check on any James will go check on any issues you have.
That's right. That's right.
You know, it's funny, we're talking about TV. In the video portion of the Slam article, they kind of mentioned that. Because I think Max might have asked them, like, you know, is there anything you want people to, you know, around the country to know about the Kings? And De'Aaron goes, well, it just took our national TV game last night. That was a good game last night. They could have saw us last night. So it's funny. I thought it was funny to see that because you often hear like, oh, we don't even pay attention to that stuff. No, they knew.
Yeah.
They took our opportunity to be on national TV, and they weren't happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of criminal to do in the buildup and while fan voting is going on. Like, why would you take away their opportunity to be shown on national TV? That doesn't make any sense. You should be embracing these guys as really the feel-good story of your year. I mean, as of right now, Mike Brown is probably your NBA Coach of the Year. And if he's not, it's really close. And then on top of that, Monty McNair is in the running for NBA Executive of the Year, without any question. And then you've got basically two guys that should be All-Stars, one that will be an All-Star and one that may or may not be an All-Star. You got a guy who's going to finish probably second or third in Rookie of the Year, who will be in the Rising Stars Challenge. Like, it's not just that the Kings are actually winning games and stuff, but they do have like marketable pieces that things like this matter. Yeah. And there's something else that people, I'm not sure, like I used to have this conversation with Scott Howard Cooper. Scott Howard Cooper, Scoop, NBA.com and Sacramento Bee Forever. He hated to vote for any of these awards because you're actually impacting people's salary. Like if some of these players make an all-star team, their salary goes up a ton, but you could actually get, it could be the difference between someone getting a Supermax contract and someone not getting a Supermax contract. Yeah. So when Anthony Davis ended up making like third team All-NBA when no one thought he would, it made him eligible for a much larger extension, an additional year and a whole bunch. Well, it went from, I think, 25% of the cap to 30% of the cap of the team salary cap. And so it's wild that like media members who cover somebody are actually part of rewarding or costing players money. And that's not the way it should be. Like
that's part of the frustrating thing with the players though, too. If the players are voting, no shade, but guys like Delhi and Freeport as all-stars, it's like, yo, hold on. These are your brothers.
Yep.
Like this is the collective bargaining agreement that you agreed to. Yeah. You taking money out of these guys' pockets by doing that.
Keon Ellis got a vote. And like, look, I like Keon Ellis, and I'm going to make Brendan Nunez get a tattoo, like, because that's his guy. But he doesn't deserve an all-star vote, and that's not because he's not going to be a perfectly good player. It's that he's not an all-star. And so again, it's disrespectful. It's weird, but the whole process is weird, and how Adam Silver gets to say and who gets to replace somebody is weird. And like, who knows? Like we'll have to see how it all pans out in the end for the Kings and De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis.
Yeah. Like I said, I think they're both making it. I do think they're both making it because what it came down to, and we don't know what they're thinking, but me and Damir are doing the exercise. You got the starters, next three forwards, Sabonis, AD, and who was the other one? Oh, Lauri Markkanen. Mm-hmm. So those are three forwards. The two guards, Ja and Dame. Now you get into the wild cards. SGA is going to be on there. And it really came down to, even like injuries and all this other stuff aside, only eligible two after that, in my opinion, are Devin Booker and De'Aaron Fox. And now you got to ask yourself, are they going to give Devin Booker credit for the 29 games that he played and disregard that he didn't play, almost half the season so far? I think De'Aaron might get on that premise alone, that Devin Booker just hadn't played enough games.
Well, and you also have to look at fan ranking. De'Aaron Fox beat Devin Booker, 477,787 votes to 432,980. He also was number 5 in the player ranking to number 7 for Booker. His cumulative weighted score is 6.5 for the All-Star game, and Devin Booker's is 8. And they tied in media ranking for 5th, which is funny because everyone who didn't get a vote tied for 5th, because only 4 guys actually got a media starter vote, which is kind of strange out of the guards. Yeah. So again, if you do say what you just went through the list, right? So if Ja and Shea make it, then I think it really does come down to Damian Lillard and De'Aaron Fox, because we're talking about 2 bonus spots, right? After, so there's two starters.
Devin Booker played the same amount of games Zion did. That's why I can't get Devin Booker out of my head.
Yeah, but his team is below. Well, that's another thing. Look where his team is now, and his team is so low in the standings because he's not there. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. So like on the forward side, Sabonis is like technically he should be in because you're going to take a guaranteed 3 forwards or 3 front court players, and he's the 6th after the top 3. You got Anthony Davis, you got Lauri Markkanen, and you have Domantas Sabonis in front of Paul George and Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. And his cumulative score is the same exact score as Fox's, but his media score is a 3. So that means that almost all of the media members had him in their starting 5. And then he had 46 media votes. The only 2 that placed ahead of him was Jokic and LeBron James. He beat Zion. He beat everyone else in the front court. And so that should have something. But, again, he finished 7th in fan voting. Oh, no. He finished, where are we? He finished 9th in fan voting. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Unrelated, but maybe not. Luka out tonight versus Utah. Who we root for there?
Utah.
I think you vote for Utah because the long-term prognosis is Dallas is probably going to be a better team.
Yeah, exactly. You want to stack as many losses on Dallas as you can.
Okay.
Right
yeah.
I didn't notice this till a second ago. Minnesota plays tonight.
Yeah. Memphis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first night of a back-to-back for Minnesota.
Ooh. They've been so hit and miss. You just never know what you're getting out of that team
Back
at
at
all.
500, I mean, I don't know. All I know is they are long, and they grow up.
But they aren't physical like Toronto.
That's what I was thinking. But
yeah,
Kenny's a 13-year-old, so I have to.
You were
navigate
worried
that
he'd say something else there. Yeah,
he's a freaking child. But I think they struggled with Orlando, struggled with Toronto. Toronto was obviously significantly more physical.
But
yeah, I mean,
Toronto the first time
they did.
I don't know how Toronto's that bad. Like I don't like the fact that they're. I mean,
they got to be at war or something. Like there's got to be something in that locker room that's got them. It just doesn't add up to me. I don't get it. Like that team loaded with talent. But you said this, KC, you said this, and I thought it made sense that maybe they have too many of the same thing. Yeah. They got too many De'Aaron's, Tyrese's, and like they need to go find their Domas trade that everyone can ridicule, and it turns them back into a contender.
Or their DeLon trade, got TT.
Yeah, it was great hearing Bobby Gerould bring up DeLon Wright. Former King DeLon Wright would fit on the checks notes. Sacramento Kings. All right, there you have it.
I like DeLon Wright.
So did I. Yeah, I liked him a lot.
I don't.
Toronto's better. I feel like they're who they lose to? Washington. I didn't feel that way when they lost to Washington. I was like, dang, Washington's not that good. Toronto's a better team than their record indicates, I feel.
No.
Yeah, I totally feel that way. Like, again, maybe they have too many, centers. Because at one point they had 3 centers on the court at one time. Like, they went, super jumbo. So, OG Anunoby at 6'7" was the shortest guy on the court. And I don't even know. They didn't even have, a point guard on the floor. Maybe Scotty Barnes at, 6'9" was their point guard. It was crazy. With Chris Boucher and Precious Achua, and then throw out Siakam or whoever they were dropping in there. It was crazy tall team.
Yeah. And that's the one that, real quick, Damien, that's one of the things that I think about when people are like, yo, that was a preview of playoff basketball. Like the Kings, it's not going to work. Well, how many teams are rolling out what Toronto has.
Yeah, that's a unique squad.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 teams in the league.
That's a
that
unique
could do
squad
that.
and a unique coach.
Absolutely. So
I hate to say this. Is the Eastern Conference just way better than the West?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, is that what we're seeing? That
oh, that's very every like true title contender is in the East.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's not only the true title contenders. It's look at the teams that have beat the Kings that like you're disappointed that they lost to. They're all in the East. The one game is the Lakers and the Kings lost by 2, and it was on 2 silly mistakes. And like even that loss, they still beat the Lakers 3-1. But it sure does feel like all of a sudden, like even the cellar dwellers in the East are tough. Like that's a really good conference this year. And I don't know, like maybe it's the last 2 or 3 years that they've started to progress to take over, where the West was just the dominant conference for 2 decades, maybe even longer. But all of a sudden we're seeing a lot of really good, really interesting teams that are having to play against other really good teams in the East and are struggling. So yeah, I'm gonna guess that at the end of the year, the like East West like split as far as who's the better conference is gonna be really skewed.
Only one checks notes Eastern Conference team on this road trip. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk with James Ham about this Sacramento Kings 7-game road trip that begins tomorrow night in Minnesota. We'll do that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
We did the podcast last night, and I've been having trouble with it not posting to iTunes.
Really?
Yeah, it's still not posted to iTunes. I sent Podbean a note and said, like, hey, what's going on here? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tuesday shows up.
Yeah, this is a fun little stretch for the Kings.
See what they can do.
Yep.
What are you doing this weekend, Hammer?
Well, we got a game on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then I will be firmly planted here watching the Niners game on Sunday.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Recovery, man. Be honest with you. Like, what is this stretch that we just went through as far as home road? So going back to December 19th, 1, 2, 3, 4,
It was
5,
like 15
6.
out of 19. I think that's what I always kept saying, like 15 out of 20 or something like that.
15 out of 19. So the 15 out of 19, and the issue is that a lot of them were spaced out perfectly, where we were there every single day. So like when you have this whole stretch where it's, they have Atlanta on a Wednesday and then Saturday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, like all at home. Like that means I was at practice, like in that group. I think we had 1 day off between the Wednesday. So 1, 2, 3, at least 4 days of practice, 5 days of practice in that first stretch. So like there's so many. This team practices more than any team I've ever covered. They have shoot around every single game except for a back-to-back. And that's, again, you never see that. We got to with Luke where we were having like a 4 to 4:45 shoot around. And so no media availability. But when there's media availability for a shoot around, I'm there at 10:30 in the morning. So
What is
long days.
What does a shoot around consist of? Like shooting, but like is it like them going 50%, half speed, just getting shots up, or are there like different more intense type shoot arounds?
No. Okay, so shoot around like it typically is like a really good walkthrough, some conversations about tendencies of the other team, like some basic, like you're going to run through your play sets. Maybe you add something that morning that you think will work really well against a team. Maybe you add like 3 things on each side of the basketball, but it's all like half speed or quarter speed and more walkthrough type, and a lot of conversations. And then they really do like get their blood pumping for a few minutes, get a bunch of shots up. This team in particular, this coaching group in particular, they do a lot of like games, not 5-on-5, but like we see competitions between a starting group and a secondary group on 2 different courts where they're shooting. The other day we had them, like they would almost do like musical chairs where like they would play the music and then stop and then like start up again and change positions and stuff. Yeah, so just some like fun things just to break it up, but a lot of shooting, a lot of competition for shooting, no contact though.
Hey, you know what I just thought of? When did we, as a society, as a basketball community, when did we decide to use the singular phrase of scout? Like, oh yeah, that's my scout, as opposed to I have the scouting report. Like, when did that happen? Now everybody says scout. Like, hey,
Yeah.
scout.
What? Yeah,
happened to
like I know early in the season, like Doug Christie had the scout for 2 games in a row where the Kings snuck up and beat somebody.
Who did he had? Because Damian was talking about it, and it was a good game. It was a good win. Was it the Nets?
Maybe it was.
Report for that game.
Did he have what?
Doug Christie. Did he have? Damian's not listening.
Oh no, he had. Well, he had Memphis.
Memphis.
He had Memphis on Monday.
No, early in the season. Because remember, you said you went.
He
up
had
and
no. Yeah, it was Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It was Brooklyn.
Shy to man, I think there is actually a scouting report. They do actually have, like, they do fill out a scouting report, and whether it's like handed to you or it's on a iPad or whatever, like you go through tendencies. Like someone is breaking down tendencies of everyone.
Kevin Durant do that. Kevin Durant on the interview. Yeah, then we got to go. I have to go in the scout. And we get the scout for the night. And like, what? What happened to scouting report?
That's funny.
Hold on, James. Well, the things that get you worked up are pretty funny.
And now I feel like I hear them say, any NBA player say scout at least once a week. And I'm like, where did this come from?
Well, since we're talking scouts and coaches and all of that stuff, I guess now would be a good time. Been trying to get like a couple of things ironed out here during the show, but we're comfortable enough in saying Lindsey Harding's going to join us next week. Right now, it looks like Lindsey Harding's going to join us Monday.
Okay.
The plan right now is for Lindsey to be with us on Monday. Matter of fact, I'm lying to everybody. None of this is true. Lindsay's going to be with us. What day is she supposed to be with us? What's today? Oh, no. Monday. Right? When's Lindsay going to be with us?
Do we have a number?
What's the date?
Today's the 27th.
No, the 6th. Lindsay will be with us the 6th. That's what we're working on. She'll be with us Monday, February. She'll be with us in Houston 1 week from Monday. Yeah, the whole thing was Houston. I was like, wait, they're not in Houston on Monday. They're in Minnesota.
Yeah.
1 week from Monday, Lindsey Harding's will be with us.
Nice.
That's amazing.
We've been working on that one for a while, so I'm excited about that.
She's a good lady. I like Lindsay. Yeah.
Very good. Great ball player, too.
No, I'm about to say, I love her as a coach, but I loved her as a ball player. Like she can hoop.
Absolutely. 7 road games coming up, James, over the course of the next 14 days or so. We had mentioned Minnesota, first night of a back-to-back for them, as they've got Memphis tonight, and then they'll take on the Sacramento Kings. And, James, it's the first time that the T-Wolves and Kings have played all year.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, you've already played the Lakers 4 times, and you've never played the T-Wolves.
Right.
And, have the Kings and Suns played? Maybe once?
Yeah, one time. One game at Golden One Center.
Yeah, the Kings are running out of teams that they haven't played, right? I think almost
New Orleans is the other one that they play on this road trip. They haven't played them yet.
Yeah. They have one against New Orleans. And you said that they have one Eastern Conference team on this 7-game trip, and it's Indiana, who can't win without Tyrese. And Tyrese won't be
targeted
back.
an early February return. So take that for what you will. But he targeted he's like, I think it'll be good the first week of February. Well, coincidentally enough, the Sacramento Kings will play the Pacers in the first week of February.
Yeah, we'll see if he's back or not. Yeah, I haven't, like, it kind of seems like he won't be. Like, this is a really good opportunity to build on this road trip. I mean, you'd hope that at a minimum you'd split in Minnesota. You got San Antonio, which is a must win. You've got Indiana, which is a must win. You know, you got New Orleans, which is like a 50-50. And then what do you finish it off with the 2 games against Houston? Did I miss one team in the middle?
Did you mention New Orleans?
Yeah. You got New Orleans, and then you finish it with 2 games in Houston. One of them is on the second night of a back-to-back after New Orleans. But still, like, we had Trey Lyles in the locker room the other night, who we were joking around about the podcast with this, but Trey Lyles keeps getting like quieter and quieter. I don't know what's happening. It's like we got to a point where he was almost whispering in the locker room, or just kind of like you have the mic like right next to his face. You're like, okay, man, you got to speak up. I'm not sure what's happening. But he actually said, yeah, you know, we're going on this trip, and, you know, we actually think there's a possibility we could get all 7.
Oh.
I'm just like, that's like when Harrison Barnes the other day said, well, you know, like, if we're going to play for home court. And I'm like, wait, did you just say home court? And he just smiled. He's like, yeah, I said home court. Like, okay.
These boys are wild in this.
Yeah. Okay, King Show.
Not a very Harrison Barnes move right there.
Yeah, I was kind of caught off guard. I'm like, come on, man. What, like, we've been here before, Harrison.
Wait till the end of the year when he drops on when he drops on you. Yeah, we'll see what we can do next year together. And then just walks off and leaves.
Yeah. I think someone asked him if he's going to do a playoff or bust beard again, because you remember the one year he did that. And it became like the worst gag ever, because it just kept going. But then he was able to get, I think he got Gillette on board. Like, so when he did shave, he got a sponsor to shave. And then I interviewed him, and they sent me stuff. I'm like, what in the world is happening here? Yeah, I may have got some free razors out of that one.
Covering Harrison Barnes.
Thank you, Harrison Barnes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the road trip the same way. Maybe not all 7, but I mean, it is about as friendly of a 7-game road trip as you're ever going to see in the NBA on paper, right? We don't know what's going to happen in the game. But, you know, you got, I said, and I'm not alone, a lot of people said, you know, I'd be disappointed if they didn't come back at least 4-3, you know, over 500 on this road trip, especially considering what I think of this team. I think this team is good. I think it's a playoff team, all that other good stuff. So, you know, you should be able to go on the road against this group and hopefully come back over 500.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it. Like, it's got to be, like, at a minimum is 4-3. And if you go 4-3, that means you come back from the trip and you're still 8 games over 500. And that would be really impressive, because there's 7 right now, right? So if you come back 8 games over 500, that's huge. But then if you can somehow go 5-2, you can somehow go 6-1. Like, just look at how much you're building capital for the rest of the season. Like, 6-1 is 5 games over 500. So you're looking at 12 games over 500 on the season. Like, that's tremendous stuff. Like, no one would expect that this team would ever get to that height as far as, like, games over. But, like, at this point, like, go for broke. You got to build up some sort of equity in these stretches here where the schedule's soft. And what is it? 1, maybe 2 games over 2 teams over 500 on the trip.
No, it's 1. It's the Pelicans, but as it stands right now, that could certainly change tonight. Yeah. The T-Wolves are at 500.
At 500, yeah. So if they lose tonight, you're going to face one team that's over 500 on the trip.
I don't like this.
And Minnesota. Do they have Zion?
No, Minnesota tough, man.
No, they do not. They do not have Zion. They do not.
How long is Zion out? Is he even going to play in the All-Star game?
He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Let alone,
like, he's going to be reevaluated the day before the All-Star game and then go start.
That's such an embarrassment for the league. Like, how do you like if it's a guy who's been there?
Media.
Like,
it's the media and the players who voted him. Like they're the ones who should be embarrassed.
Yeah, but he didn't get the votes that Sabonis got. Like we already went through that. Like the media, I don't think was nearly as big as the players.
Well, Zion
players
came
too.
from somewhere.
Yeah.
His votes came from somewhere.
Coaches
Yeah,
just-
so Zion in the fan voting he was 4th. Media he had 29 votes, but again Sabonis had 46. And so, he was 4th.
That means it was the players that did it.
It was the players.
Yeah, the player rank he was 3rd. And the player rank for some reason the players ranked Markkanen number 4 and Sabonis number 5. So the cumulative score, he had a 3.75 cumulative score and Sabonis had a 6.5. So, yeah.
It's getting ridiculous.
Really ridiculous. Hey, the one thing I was going to say about this road trip and moving forward, because it had me thinking the whole season moving forward. James, this is what happens. We talked about it a little bit earlier. This is what happens when you do your work early, when you put your money in the bank. One way to look at this whole thing, if the Kings play 500 basketball the rest of the way, finish the season 7 games over 500. You don't have to be great the rest of the way. Play 500 basketball the rest of the way. 7 games over 500. That probably even gets you a home court advantage playoff game or playoff series.
Okay, so what would that put their final record?
Not doing that.
That's your job, Ham, not ours.
That's the Davis grad to do that, not
44 and 38. I don't think you can finish 7, right?
You can't finish 7 games over?
No, you got to either be. It's got to be.
Oh yeah, they're on an odd number of games right now, so they can't play.
Yeah, it's got to be an even number, right? So, yeah, that would be 44 wins would be 6.
I mean, I'll take that too.
Yeah,
500. I'll take that.
Yeah, they're pacing right now. I think I looked it up again yesterday. I think they're pacing right now for 47 wins as far as their win percentage. And that's what I was telling Sean and Brendan when we were on the pod the other day. I kind of feel like they're more true to their win percentage than any team that I've seen, as opposed to just like how many games over 500. Because there's a big difference between like a 580 win percentage when there's only 40 games and when there's 82 in the books. Like I think that they can keep growing. I did not think that early in the season. So, yeah, it should be interesting. I still think like the 3rd seed in the Western Conference, we went back and like 2 years ago, the 3rd seed in the West in a 72-game season had 147, but that equates to like 53 wins. So if you're going to be the 3rd seed and right now you're pacing for 47 wins, that doesn't equate. Like you typically need 53, 54 wins as the 3rd seed. You don't sneak in with, 46 wins or 47 wins.
I don't like this Minnesota matchup. Something about it that just leaves me a little anxious.
Rudy Gobert questionable tonight.
Well, see, now I'm really nervous. If Rudy Gobert's not there, like they might be tough with Rudy Gobert out. I don't. And maybe it's just the unknown of having not played them yet, thinking they were going to be something they are clearly not headed into the season, and believing like they got some ball players over there. They don't. Maybe the combination of the ball players doesn't work, but they got some ball players over there, and they're in the midst of this moment where it's like, are we going to turn this around or not?
Right.
And they've got Memphis tonight. Memphis has looked a certain way since Steven Adams has been out. We'll see how that goes for them. And then, the 2 games against Sacramento on Saturday and Sunday. I think it's an interesting matchup. And then, of course, our guy, Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, D'Angelo Russell's played really well lately. So that's the guy that I'm looking at.
We all have memories of D'Angelo Russell.
Yeah, that guy has penned some massive games against the Kings in his career. And, Kyle Anderson has hurt the Kings quite a few times, which I don't understand. I mean, I think it's just because no one understands how you play in slow motion and do what he does. You're sitting there trying to hit the 1.5 times button the whole time he's dribbling. What is happening? Why is he going so slow? That team it has some players that historically have done okay against the Kings. Specifically, I mean, Russell's just killed the Kings a bunch of times.
Yeah, I'm with you, Damien. I think it is because we haven't seen them against the Kings, so to speak. But you said it, James. There's talent on the roster. There's talent there, and they're just. I was going to say they're just as baffling as Toronto, maybe less baffling, but the way we look at Toronto and we look at that roster, like, man, they shouldn't be 5-6 games under 500. Timberwolves, you would think, probably should be a game or two better than what they are right now. So
some people, I ain't going to say who, thought they'd be a lot better than they are.
That wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Did you say that?
Hey, I like Jaden McDaniels. They have some players. They have some players I like. Ant-Man is fun. The Kings are gonna have to figure out that one. That again is where I would man, if KZ Okpala could actually step in and play some minutes, that would actually be interesting.
Is there a reason that he can't?
No, he's with the team. Yeah, he went to Stockton and played yesterday to stretch his legs. So maybe that's why. Because you're about to go up against a couple of teams that have a ton of length, and so you're going up at. He could go play Ant-Man. He could go play against McDaniels. There's some players in Minnesota that you might need him to go up against. So yeah,
Minnesota, and that's where the San Antonio game comes. Is right after that one, right? San Antonio, then Indiana.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and then New Orleans. And then finish it off. And then they come back and they have that really weird home and home back to back against Luka. The Lucas.
Yeah. That's a Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, we're good now. We could pack the Golden One Center and go at the one that got away. And who knows? I mean, where are they right now?
They won last night, so I think they might be back in the top 6.
Yeah, they did the Kings a favor last night and beat the Suns.
That was a weird
26 and 24.
Right, I think I was going for Dallas. Needed Phoenix to slow down a little bit. They had won 4 in a row. Stop feeling good about yourselves. Needed that loss. I think that's where I was going.
Yeah. I mean, the Kings, realistically, they're so close to all these other teams. Like, you got New Orleans, you got the Clippers, you got the New Orleans and the Clippers are only 2 games back. And then you got this group of teams at 2.5 with Dallas, 3.5 with the Suns, the Warriors, and Timberwolves. And then the Jazz are 10 or 4 games back. It's a really, really tight competition. But we keep saying this, the Kings are the only Western Conference team that's 2 games over 500 on the road. There's only one other team that's 500 on the road or better, and that's the Nuggets. Everyone else is, the Clippers just moved to 13-13, so they're 500. But that's huge. You got some confidence going in there. You know that you can actually, go out and win on the road, which is strange for this team. And then something crazy, there's only 13 home games left, 14 home games left on the season, and there's only 3 in the month of February.
Yeah, February, they damn near never seeing home.
Yeah.
3 home games back to back on one of them, and then you back out on the road for a while.
We're all Raptors fans tonight, though. You got the Warriors.
Oh yeah, let's go, Chris Boucher.
Man, is he skinny?
That's my boy.
Come on, guys, come on, Raptors. You string together some wins here, guys.
I need to holler at Rico. Get these boys ready, man.
String together some wins, man.
Yeah. They on a West Coast trip, huh? Was that the start of it? The Kings?
Yeah, that was the first game of their road trip. Yeah,
the Kings.
Know who follows it besides
the Kings really need Sabonis to stop turning the ball over. That's another.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, he's got 17 turnovers in the last 2 games combined, and then
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, 4 games ago he had 6. So he's averaging 6.8 turnovers over his last 4.
Why do you think that's happening? Why are these turnovers hitting him in bunches this way?
Well, I think the biggest issue is that you play two teams that have, super, super long aggressive defenders. and they just kept throwing double teams and other looks. You look at Memphis, you look at Toronto. They both have like the ability to kind of attack you, and teams are going to start trying to take away Sabonis's ability to pass, just because that's how he's just tearing through teams. I mean, the 3-point shots that were going in the one game, like it's really impressive to watch when this team is rolling. But it's all predicated on Sabonis, like, basically orchestrating an incredible offense. And teams are going to start, throwing the kitchen sink at him, and he's got to make adjustments, especially with that bad thumb. He still has the bad thumb, and, until that thing gets all the way healed up, which we don't even know if that'll happen this season, he's always going to be vulnerable to having those stretches where he does turn the ball over a bunch.
Don't like that. Clean that up, Domantas. Hey, we were asking this question for the last 2 days. Well, last day, because some people were kind of freaking out over what happened on Wednesday night. But are the Kings a good team?
It's something that we've discussed. Like both Brendan and Sean have said yes, and I think they are, but I've been through this too many times. So we always joke that like I have Stockholm syndrome when it comes to this team. You just like it's hard to really buy in fully until we get to not just the All-Star break, but like if they go like 6-1 or 5-2 on this trip, and all of a sudden they're 10 or 11 or 12 games over 500, maybe then I will say yes, I believe they're a good team. But it only takes 2 minutes for this team or a 5-game stretch for this team to be like at the 10 seed, because that's how the standings are.
That ain't happening.
Well, I don't think it will either. But
like even if they have a bad 5-game stretch, the other 7 teams below them aren't having good 5-game stretches. They have a bad 5-game stretch, they'll probably be in 6th.
I'm not convinced, though, that there's not going to be like 2 or 3 teams, and the group of teams that we always talk about. It's going to be the Clippers, it's going to be the Warriors, maybe Dallas. There's this group of teams that just are the Suns that are underperforming, and then all of a sudden could like pop right back up and go right back to who they were before and jump right over you. And that's just like, again, I think we've talked about this too. Like, you want to be a team that's on the rise while these other teams are on their downward spiral. And I think the Kings are primed to be in that situation. And they kind of jump back into line where they should have been with Memphis and New Orleans as the teams that are coming up, as, the Lakers, the Warriors, the Spurs, the Trailblazers, all those guys are coming down after years and years of making the playoffs. So I think there's a door that's opening for the Kings that's coming up. And even you can throw the Clippers in there. Their window is very much closing. And I think the Kings are in a position where even if they can make one more move to get them over the top, where you cement yourself for the next 5 years as a contender in the West, that would be pretty cool.
Okay, quick exercise to end the show, and it'd be real quick. Is Memphis good?
Yes.
Is Denver good?
Yes.
Yes.
Cleveland?
Yes.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Brooklyn?
Yes.
They're hit and miss, but yeah, barring injury, yes.
Milwaukee? Is Milwaukee good?
Yes.
Great. They're
Are
great.
the 76ers good?
Yes.
Yes.
Are the Celtics good?
Yes.
Excellent.
Great. In addition to the Kings, those are all of the teams 7 games above 500.
The bad
There you
team
go.
are at the Kings.
But somehow we managed to start right there.
But
with
somehow
that.
those
On that
teams
note,
have done it more years than just
We're
one.
going home. I'm not tolerating this. Downer ham is not creeping in here on a Friday. We're getting out of here. Appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app, don't go anywhere. You'll hear Bobby Gerould coming up. You'll hear Trysta Krick. You'll hear more from James Ham. That's all next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Niners. Go Kings.
Shoot, it's the only day that I've said we're getting out of here. It's the only day that I've made it sound like the show is ending. Come on, man. Aaron, I want my 233. 233 player.
2-3-3. We'll even split the 2-3-3. Just like all three of us.
I mean, eligible for whatever you want to be eligible for.
I didn't like the contract when it was like they were talking 112 or 120. I thought it was 120. That's what everyone kept saying. I don't like.
Maybe it was
like,
120.
That's a lot of money to spend on a 29-year-old guy who's never played well on a good team. Who's never been a primary on a good team. Even if he got to Sacramento, what option is he? Fourth, third? Is he lumped in with everyone else as the third option?
Yeah, he'd be like in the Harrison Barnes role. So like fourth, maybe third, depending on the day.
But next year, when Keegan Murray is Keegan Murray, you're the fourth. And are you okay spending $30 million a year on a fourth option?
That's a lot.
And we're not talking about like a Tobias Harris fourth option, a guy who's done it for a decade, showed you year in and year out that he can be, he's consistent. That's a tough one, man. Yeah. He wants the Harrison Barnes contract that Harrison Barnes got when he was 26. And that's...
You're not 26 anymore.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking starting out his salary at age 29. And he'll turn 30 in that first season. So 30, 31, 32, 33 for a 4-year deal. That's tough, man. That's tough.
He's having a heck of a season to ask for it, though. He's playing really well this year.
Yeah, but they're still not good.
There's that.
Somebody got to play.
You ain't lied.
J-Lo, you would not rather have Lyles over Grant. Come on now. Now, I would rather have Lyles at $2.6 million than Grant at 30. Yes.
Inspired me with their incredible ability to go live.
Oh, Matty George.
Uh-oh.
Matty George.
I'm sure he said they're not good, they're great. And then he doubled down.
That was sad yesterday. He was Sadie George.
Sadie McQueen.
Uh-oh, I don't know what happened.
Kings lost. Got him down in the dumps.
One loss to a talented team.
Oh, man. Have a great weekend, everybody. Appreciate you for being with us.
Oh, Desmond Bain just ruled
4
out
hours
tonight.
Oh, well, come on, man. Come on. God damn it, Memphis.
4 hours on the Royal Rumble.
Well, actually.
And big shout out to Johnny Dosco, who got the call up from the River Cats to the Oakland Athletics.
I saw that. Congratulations to him. I saw
that.
Hey, who he root for? Grizzlies or T-Wolves?
Grizzlies. Well, you still fighting for two?
I mean, we might climb. I'm with you.
Oh, okay. I think like this: T-Wolves win, and this 2-game series goes south. They made up a lot of games quick.
That's why we started this segment. Yeah. Who he root for? Because we need to break these things down just like that.
I'm going Grizz tonight.
Why was Kyle Madson on a massage table? I'm confused.
That's not a massage table. He's getting a tattoo.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, he's getting a tattoo.
Did you see?
Not on his ass as it appears, but he is getting a tattoo.
He's not getting the Brendan Nunez, Keon Ellis tattoo on his on his calf.
Did you see UConn and Tennessee last night?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a pretty cool. They built that up all week.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was pretty good. It had me a little nostalgic. I mean, Tennessee's not the same no more, but
we backpack week.
Time.
They tried to build it in.
Yeah, that was big time.
I had to turn away and watch.
Drew, you got me thinking. Drew, with the milking table.
Number 12. Was it Virginia Tech?
At home.
Virginia Tech. At home.
They're what, 13?
No, I think they're 16. Sorry, they just beat number 12. Duke is 16. They just beat number 12.
Yeah,
they had one little hiccup. They had a hiccup last Saturday. Like
they lost to North Carolina.
Yeah, well, like it's like, all right, you lose to North Carolina. They lost the game after too. James, who you got to win the Royal Rumble?
I don't know who's in the Royal Rumble.
All right, we'll go over all 30 guys, and I'll give you an intricate breakdown of all 30 guys that are in the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, and then I would still not know.
Damian Priest.
Seth Rollins.
Where is it?
Maybe The Rock. It's in the Alamo Dome.
Are they trying for 70,000 fans again?
They ain't gonna get 70,000.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. They did it in
It's
'97. They can do it this year.
It's another wasted year and wasted opportunity for Seth Rollins.
Are we sure Seth can't win?
Oh, and people in the chatty house, we're having the Off the Record with the Kings Beat virtual happy hour part 11. The columnist, we're bringing in Aileen Voisin. Aileen,
that'll be good.
It's gonna be a movie.
That's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be good. So that's next Thursday from 5:30 to 7:30. That should be a fun one. Yes,
Mike LaFleur to the Rams.
I saw that. I'm watching this video.
Ain't gonna help
Michael Jordan and the Bulls are playing cards and gambling in the airport lobby.
I love
cash in hand, just on the ground. Damn near like they're playing craps on the corner.
I will probably be deep in the whiskey that night. Probably true.
I'm about to be deep into the tequila in about an hour. But I love the chatty house so much because poor Miss P, she's just trying to have a moment on social media. She says, I'm speaking it into existence. I will travel to Egypt. And Warren jumps in and says, aren't you there now? I love y'all for that. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. All right, guys, we've got to shut it down. Got some more work to do. Appreciate you for being with us. Go to thekingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber, and we'll see you next week.
Holla.